Klockan är 9:00.
It is 9 a.m. Let's start the proceedings, the foreign policy debate. And before we start the debate, I'd like to welcome the representatives from the diplomatic corps to the foreign policy debate. And we are very pleased that you're here today. And
Put on your headphones. I can say it in English as well. You are most welcome to the Swedish Parliament.
Right. The foreign policy debate is divided into two parts. First, we have the opening part with the Minister for Foreign Affairs and one representative from each party, followed by a second part in which other speakers are given the floor. In the first round, then, the Minister for Foreign Affairs opens by presenting the government statement of foreign policy. A maximum of 20 minutes is allowed, followed by speeches from the other parties in order of the size of each party. The opposition parties are given the floor for no longer than 8 minutes, and the party representative of the Green Party is given the floor for no longer than 6 minutes. There is free right of rejoinder for all these speeches. In the order of size of the parties, the dual method is applied with rejoinders lasting for no longer than 2 minutes and then 1 minute. The speeches are made from the rostrum on the platform, and rejoinders are made from the rostrums in front of the platform. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ann Linde, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, Your Excellencies and representatives of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. Sweden's foreign policy is conducted with the aim of creating security in our country and around the world. The conflicts, climate emergency and refugee flows of recent years show that events far from our national borders also affect us in Sweden. The world is becoming increasingly unpredictable and it's getting closer. The ongoing coronavirus outbreak shows how interconnected this world is. There are those who believe that we should close the door to cooperation, as if the problems would disappear if you just shut your eyes. I'm convinced that we must respond to a troubled world by increasing cooperation and solidarity. International problems require international responses. People around the world are protesting for freedom and justice across the globe. The climate movement brings millions of people together on the streets. We have a responsibility to listen to their urgent calls. Well-functioning international cooperation and international law are the foundation of an international order in which rules and agreements take precedence over the concept of might is right. This order is necessary for Sweden to be safe and secure. We stand up for diplomacy, for dialogue and cooperation. This is how we defend our interests, our values and security. This is how we make the world safer. Mr. Speaker, the EU is our most important foreign and security policy arena. No other actor is a greater guarantor of Sweden's economy, security and peace, and Sweden will participate fully in EU cooperation and in shaping it in a way that safeguards Sweden's interests. The United Kingdom has now left the EU, and the time has come to look to the future. Sweden will continue to maintain as close and comprehensive a relationship as possible with the United Kingdom. We also are strengthening relations with leading member states such as Germany and France and enhancing Nordic cooperation. This makes our region more secure and sustainable. In the Nordic Council of Ministers, the government is pushing for the implementation of the common vision that the Nordic region will become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. A renewed Swedish Arctic strategy will be presented during the year. For several years, the rule of law and respect for the EU's fundamental values have been undermined in some member states. Together with the European Commission and other member states, Sweden takes a clear stand against this trend. Many people today are concerned that EU enlargement is moving too fast. We take this seriously, and at the same time, close relations with the countries of the Western Balkans are important to our common security and economy. We want to find a way forward, a way that unites the EU and that clearly contributes to reform efforts in the Western Balkans. Here, the prospect of eventually becoming a member is important. The European Commission has previously proposed that negotiations be started with Albania and North Macedonia, and Sweden has been prepared to support this. Sweden supports the proposal for a review of the enlargement process, and it is important that all essential requirements are met before a country can become a member. Mr. Speaker, diplomacy is our primary line of defence. The Swedish Defence Commission emphasises the importance of safeguarding our sovereignty and Swedish interests. This means being able to use all the instruments we have at our disposal. Political, diplomatic, economic and military in a coherent manner. This is how we build common security. And I would like to express special thanks to the Swedes taking part in our civilian and military operations in areas such as Afghanistan, Iraq, Mali and Ukraine. You are making an invaluable contribution to peace and security, internationally and in Sweden. Europe must take greater responsibility for its own security. The EU's common foreign and security policy must be strengthened so as to defend the EU's interests and values around the world. Our security is strengthened by stability and economic growth in the EU's neighbourhood. We stand by our commitments to support reform processes in Ukraine and other countries in the EU's eastern neighbourhood. The Eastern Partnership recently reached its 10-year milestone, and Sweden will continue to promote it within the EU. We also want to show that a southern partnership is possible. Already today, there's close cooperation with the countries of North Africa. This is already in place, but it must be enhanced, and the EU must provide support for the stability and development of these states. Sweden's security policy remains firmly in place. Our non-participation in military alliances serves us well, and it contributes to stability and security in Northern Europe. It requires an active, broad and responsible foreign and security policy combined with enhanced defence cooperation, particularly with Finland, and a credible national defence capability. We will contribute to long-term stability and security in our part of Europe. Rapid technological advances, not least within cybersecurity and AI, are creating new challenges in the grey zone between competitiveness, trade and security policy. Sweden's foreign and security policy builds on cohesion in the EU and increased cooperation on a broad front in the Nordic and Baltic Sea regions, in the UN and the OSCE, and through partnership with NATO. A strong transatlantic link is important for the security of Europe and the United States. The UN plays an important role for peace and security, development and human rights, and it is a central arena for Sweden's response to global challenges. The UN will remain a cornerstone of our foreign and security policy. We support Norway's candidacy for a seat on the United Nations Security Council. Sweden will not remain passive if another EU member state or a Nordic country suffers a disaster or an attack. We expect these countries to act in the same way if Sweden is affected. We must therefore be able to both give and receive support, civilian as well as military. Sweden's role as chair of the OSCE in 2021 will be based on our strong engagement and involvement in the matters of the European Security Order. Upholding the OSCE's jointly agreed principles and commitments is a major security interest for Sweden. Mr. Speaker, everyone has the right to live in security, regardless of where they live. This applies both here at home and in other countries. No one should need to look anxiously over their shoulder on their way home from school or work. Since the autumn of 2014, the government has implemented a range of measures against organised crime, including stricter penalties, more police officers, and has also conducted important crime prevention activities. But we know, however, that this kind of crime also has links abroad, and therefore we're now introducing new initiatives to reinforce law enforcement via our embassies and through international cooperation. We will appoint an ambassador at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs tasked with coordinating the work of the Ministry against organised crime and supporting Swedish law enforcement authorities. our embassies will be instructed to monitor the issue of crime with links to Sweden. Some embassies in places such as the Western Balkans, the South Caucasus and Latin America will be especially tasked with prioritizing this issue. The government will continue the successful efforts against organized crime in the Council of the Baltic Sea States and within the framework of the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, the EU Eastern Partnership and the Nordic Council of Ministers. And Sweden will enhance efforts to stop the flow of weapons and drugs and take new steps against cross-border crime and terrorism. Europol and Eurojust are central to this work.
Mr. Speaker, global warming is affecting us in the here and now. It's not just a matter of the direct consequences of more extreme weather. An unstable climate is also something that disrupts the economy, food security and our welfare and security. Climate changes exacerbates tensions and conflicts. Sweden will continue to show leadership through climate diplomacy, encouraging other countries to raise their ambitions. The EU is a necessary force in global climate action. Sweden will continue to show leadership both within and outside the EU and will become the world's first fossil-free welfare nation. Our climate efforts are ranked the highest in the world. We have doubled our contribution to the Green Climate Fund, and we are working both at home and internationally for a fair transition. Functioning ecosystems are essential for all life. Forests, wetlands and oceans are home to rich biodiversity. The marine environment is under enormous pressure from climate change, overexploitation, pollution and eutrophication. The government would like to see a global target of 30% of oceans being designated as marine protection areas. Mr. Speaker, democracy around the world continues to be challenged and questioned. This trend is threatening the foundation of our safety and security. Sweden is therefore increasing its efforts to defend and promote democracy around the world through the Drive for Democracy initiative. We are building alliances with like-minded countries and organizations that wish to help strengthen democracy. The appropriation to democracy aid has been increased. We're increasing support to ensure open societies, particularly for freedom, independent media and freedom of the press. We are defending and promoting the rights of LGBTI people. We are strengthening our measures to combat corruption, which is one of the worst obstacles to development. All suspicions of corruption in aid are followed up and addressed. We are boosting the significance of trade as a platform for dialogue on human rights and democracy. And by 2022, at the latest, Swedish export credits for investment in exploration and exploitation of fossil fuels must cease. Increasing anti-Semitism is a growing concern all over the world and is also a threat to democracy. The Prime Minister has therefore taken the initiative to hold an international conference in Malmö in October 2020 to remember the Holocaust and to combat anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, the rights of women and girls are under attack. Conservative forces are trying to restrict the rights of women and girls when it comes to deciding over their own bodies and lives. Issues relating to women, peace and security, as well as women's sexual and reproductive health and rights are especially important to support. To reverse this trend, courageous action is required at all levels. This is why we are pursuing a feminist foreign policy, and it's gratifying that we have been joined by countries such as France, Canada, Luxembourg and Mexico. In the EU, Sweden and France have taken the initiative to improve the effectiveness of the EU's gender equality work, and we are in the process of establishing a feminist trade policy. Mr. Speaker, around the world, more than 165 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance. The 2030 Agenda provides a roadmap for sustainable development that permeates Sweden's work. Sweden's development assistance is effective and world-class. The government remains committed to the 1% goal. War is a disaster for people and societies. Children often the worst affected. Here at home, in the UN and in the EU, Sweden is striving to safeguard rights and strengthen the protection of children. It is important that the EU has a common asylum system that provides legal certainty, is humane and sustainable, and where all countries take their responsibility. The right to asylum must be protected. Extreme poverty has been falling since 1990. However, inequalities are rising. Inequality is not just unjust, and a barrier to economic development, it also creates a breeding ground for tension and conflict. We've seen examples of this in several major demonstrations around the world, not least in Chile. Greater equality is part of Sweden's foreign policy. The Global Deal initiative promotes social dialogue and sustainable growth globally. In certain countries, standing up for trade unions and decent working conditions means risking your life. Trade union rights are part of our drive for democracy and will be raised in all our country reports on human rights. Mr. Speaker, world trade contributes to lifting entire countries out of poverty and to the implementation of Agenda 2030. As a member of the EU, Sweden is pursuing a policy for free and fair trade that contributes to sustainable development and creates jobs throughout the country. Every third job in Sweden is dependent on our trade with the rest of the world. We are mobilizing our efforts with an updated export and investment strategy for the whole country. Expo 2020 in Dubai will showcase Swedish companies' competitiveness within innovation and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take a passive stance with regard to the nuclear threat. Developments are alarming. Arms control agreements are being abandoned. Nuclear weapons arsenals are being expanded and modernized. Disarmament and non-proliferation are central foreign and security policy priorities for this government. Through the Stockholm Initiative on Nuclear Disarmament, the government is contributing to the upcoming review conference on the parties to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. This work is now being advanced at a new ministerial meeting to be held in Germany. As chair of the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors, Sweden is taking responsibility for non-proliferation. Compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action nuclear deal is central. Within the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, Sweden is pushing for an effective international ban on lethal or autonomous weapons systems that are incompatible with the requirements of international law. Mr. Speaker, our close relationship with the United States is of central importance to Sweden's security and prosperity. A functioning international community presupposes an engaged and committed United States. It is troubling that the United States is withdrawing from multilateral cooperation. The government is working to ensure that trade relations with the United States should work well and that threats of new trade barriers are not to be carried out. The government's Russia policy remains unchanged. Where we have common interests, we, like the EU, can and should cooperate with Russia. This benefits our security and also stability. We condemn Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its illegal annexation of Crimea. These breaches of international law challenge the European security order. The government supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and every country's right to choose its own security policy route. We are working to ensure that the EU sanctions against Russia are maintained for as long as the reasons for their introduction remain. Sweden stands ready to contribute to the easing of regional tensions and to dialogue in the Middle East. We are continuing our commitment in the global coalition against Daesh. Kurds, Christians and other minorities in the region must be protected. The government is keen to have good relations with both Israel and Palestine. Sweden, like the rest of the EU, is working for a solution based on international law in which two states can coexist in peace and security. The government has condemned Iran for the shooting down of a civilian aircraft which claimed the lives of 17 people who were resident in Sweden. We demand an independent and transparent investigation. We both cooperate and engage in critical dialogue with Turkey. The EU has condemned Turkey's offensive in northeastern Syria. At the same time, the Syrian regime has ruthlessly bombed its own country to rubble for almost 9 years. All licenses for Sweden's exports of military equipment to Turkey have been withdrawn. The humanitarian, political and economic crisis in Venezuela is worsening day by day. Together with the international community, we are striving to find a peaceful solution. Increasing polarization in Bolivia is serious and has led to escalating violence and vandalism. China's increasingly active role in the global arena presents opportunities and challenges as well. We welcome the Riksdagen's consensus on the written communication with regard to our China policy. We are conducting a frank and open dialogue with China based on our own interests and those of the EU. Human rights and freedom of expression are important aspects of this. India is an important global actor partner for Sweden. It is a significant market that will play an increasingly important role for growth and employment in our country. At the EU and Climate Action Summit in New York, Sweden and India launched the Leadership Group for Industry Transition to ensure a fossil-free future for heavy industry. The African continent has a young population, but the challenges are major. And human rights, democracy and gender equality are priorities in Sweden's Africa policy, along with migration and trade. And the security situation in the Sahel continues to be very troubling, not least in Mali. The region is characterized by weak states. The situation is a breeding ground for radicalization. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs handles many consular cases. These can involve anything from crises and disasters to deprivation of liberty. Most people are helped without publicity, but some cases receive a lot of attention. The work to help Swedes in distress abroad is always conducted with the best interests of those affected in mind. Troubled times with a harsh tone from world leaders and aggressive big power, superpower behavior, Sweden is showing that another path is possible. With an open and democratic environment, with the tough debates, but also striving for consensus, we are showing that freedom, equality and openness are not the solutions of yesteryear. Sweden is and will continue to be one of the world's best countries to live in, and we are making a difference in the world around us. This is something that we Swedes should be proud of. Thank you.
Tack. På utrikes...
Thank you. And the following, Hans Wallmark, Marcus Wiechel, Kerstin Lundgren, Håkan Svenneling, Lars Adaktusson and Fredrik Malm have asked for rejoinders. And we will begin with Hans Wallmark.
Herr talman!
Mr. Speaker, I have a copy of the declaration of the foreign minister here in my hand, and I could do what Nancy Pelosi did in the American Congress. I could just tear it to pieces, but I won't. And I'm going to give you two good reasons for not doing that. One is that I share much of what you have expressed in the declaration. This is to a very great extent the Swedish policy line. Secondly, I believe that we politicians in Sweden have a responsibility to avoid what we see in other countries where developments go towards polarization of the debate. I do not think that we disagree in that situation, and that is why I want to give you and your political party a piece of advice. You should avoid participating in debates that will create polarization, because we see examples across the globe. It's about tweeting, it's about giving public addresses on the 1st of May, and it is about how you describe the opposition and how you try to say that you're better than others, and we should avoid doing that. Mr. Speaker, one of the main, or maybe the only point made in this address was that you want to work against criminality and that you want to have an ambassador working with this. Well, I think that we need to be critical, and we need to understand that we need to do more at home, fighting crime. And this ambassador that you mentioned, for this to have any practical function whatsoever, we need to do our lesson at home. We need to have more police. We need to ensure that we punish different types of crime, and violent crime particularly. And you should mention that as well, I think.
Utrikesminister Ann Linde.
Foreign Minister Ann Linde. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Hans Wallmark, for his constructive views there, because I agree with you entirely that it is a strength for Sweden as a country to have a broad unity when it comes to foreign and security policy and defence policy as well. Now, as regards the issue with regard to organised crime, there we see that efforts here at home with more police, etc., we need that, yes. at the same time, however, we also see that there are links with other countries, and these are very important. And our embassies there, of course, they are important, play an important role in that. And this is just to show that we do need to coordinate this work in a better way. And our embassies then need to prioritize this. This is something because we see that there are links in certain countries. And I think that this is also good in those countries that are involved, because these are issues that have to do with weapons trade, narcotics, corruption, etc. This is something that also has an impact, not just on us, but also on those countries where we have these links. So I think that international cooperation is something that is positive, and I think that Sweden can cooperate with countries where we have these links where they have links to Sweden. And I think hopefully that we'll have also broad support in the Riksdag here in Sweden for this work. And I also look forward to new proposals on how we can reinforce this work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Hans Wallmark. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think that the Foreign Minister can expect the Moderate Party to present one proposal after another as to how to fight crime. In 2014, we had 2.06 police per 100,000 citizens, and 2019 it was 1.98. So we see a downwards trend, and we see that we have, talking about these ambassadors, 2014 the number was 0, and 2020 it will be 1. And what you talked about the ambassador and what the ambassador can do to coordinate, well, that might be true, but we have to realize that we have to fight crime. Look at Denmark, for example, where we now have a new social democratic government and the temporary border controls that have been introduced by them. And this is a picture of what the world around us thinks, and that is what they think, ambassador or no ambassador.
Ministern.
Final rejoinder, Mr. Speaker. Naturally, we don't see a positive trend that we have border controls, etc. It would be much better to resolve this in a different way. Now, however, we know that these controls haven't been such a huge problem, and the Danes have, in fact, handled this in a very good way. But the whole idea behind this is that we need to look at foreign policy as something that, where there's cooperation, that we don't just, for example, work on crime in Sweden and forget that there is a very strong international link to crime in Sweden, which is why it's so important to include foreign policy in this work as well, in these huge major challenges here at home, and that we make the most of and avail ourselves of all the instruments that we have at our disposal. That's the whole idea of doing this and of fighting crime and international crime and including that in our declaration.
Tack.
Thank you. That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we continue with Marcus Mitchell from the Sweden Democrats. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like Hans Wallmark, I would like to say that it is easy to agree with much of what has been said by the Foreign Minister, but needless to say, there are many things where we disagree. And I also have some questions. The Foreign Minister talked about a feminist trade policy, for example, and what would that mean? Well, many of us do remember when the minister, as a Minister of Trade, went to discuss selling trucks. And this is something that is a quote from Swedish television, where you said, you're not to look down on trade. Because of trade, thanks to trade, we can build prosperity. And this was in a discussion about a feminist trade policy and its importance. And that sounds good. But what does it mean? What does it mean for the minister? Ann Linde, can you say that Iran is, Islamist dictatorship that oppresses women, minorities, political opponents and dissidents? Can you say that out loud, that they are breaking in violation of international law? Can you tell us that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. now it's great to be able to talk about feminist foreign policy and feminist foreign trade policy. When I started as trade minister working with the feminist policy, and Ann Hallberg, she continues on that line, I asked myself as well, what is a feministic foreign free trade? Are there any parts where you can see that women and men are treated differently in trade policy? And there are. We could find statistics which showed, in fact, in the breakdown, that when you're exporting, for example, a blouse, there's 6 times greater duty, customs duty, than when you're looking at a male shirt. If you're going to buy female sports gear, for example, you have 20% customs duty. Then it's for male garments, it's 7%. So this is gender-based. The customs duties are customs-based. So if you have a trade agreement, perhaps it's easy to come, when it comes to goods, to have zero customs. But in trade, it's mainly men. But where are the women? Women are mainly in services. And in services, and trade of services, it's very difficult to have an agreement in place. So access to the market does become, therefore, a feministic issue. Access to the market is a feminist issue. That is trade policy. In the single market, in the European Union, women's entrepreneurship is much more difficult for free movement than it is for men. So, there are so many different areas where feminist trade policy is so important. When it comes to Iran, there's no problem for us to say, it's not difficult for us to say that, yes, this is not a democracy, and it is women who are being oppressed, and we have said that. And not least, I think it would be good to sell more lorries to Iran, despite that.
Tack. Markus Wiechel.
Thank you, Markus Wiechel. Well, thank you, and thank you to the Foreign Minister for that very interesting point that was made. And you did mention that it is important to make a difference between this political activism or having different meetings, let's say, in Iran. But I would like to ask about this visit. Did it really make sense? We have to look at what we sell to those countries and what consequences that will have. Iran and these lorries, will they be used to transport dissidents to being hanged, for example, or what will happen? And this interview in Swedish television, the way I understood it, it was said that this feminism and this fight for equality that you say that you stand for, that is subordinate to trade. Is that correct?
Foreign Minister? No, naturally, that is not correct. However, if you go to a country like Iran as a woman, then you cannot both be an activist and support the women who demand that you don't have a veil when you speak to the leaders there. Then you have to wear one if you're going to meet them. Or you then have to say that it's only ministers, male ministers, who can have negotiations or speak to the highest top leadership in Iran. And I don't think that's good. So we did this when we were in Iran. Can we go to Iran to speak as a female minister? The price of that is that I put a veil on. And otherwise, you have to do it different. And there was a whole long list of people we wanted to see freed, and we are able to speak both to the president and the prime minister. And now we know that 2/3 of all the trade union representatives have in fact been released, as I'm prepared to pay that price if that is the result. Thank you.
Tack.
Thank you. And then Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to Ann Linde as with your first declaration on foreign policy here in the chamber. And I also welcome what you say about a new strategy for the Arctic. This is important, and I hope that we'll capture in this all the challenges when it comes to security policy, climate and oceans as well. I also welcome what you say about the condemnation, about the shooting down the airplane that killed 17 Swedes in Iran. This is to be welcomed. But then I've also heard tendencies going back towards, well, this stance that we want to be neutral in the geopolitical world that we're living in today. And I would have liked to hear more clarity about OSSE and the membership there, for example, because we've seen an erosion. I don't know if it's even alive. Looking at what Russia has done military to change European borders, but it also has to do with the human rights, because that is also part of OSCE, where Russia obviously have transgressions towards LGBTQ people, journalists. We see that without any access to justice. And here it would have been valuable for the foreign minister to be clear. Also when it comes to the fact that you'll have the chairmanship of OSCE. And what are you going to do about those transgressions against human rights and the order of security when we take over the chairmanship?
Foreign Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Kerstin Lundgren, as well. Now, I agree with you entirely that the European security order is being attacked, I would say, in certain parts, and not least Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea is, of course, one of the biggest crimes against our security order in Europe ever, which is why it's so important that when we take over the chairmanship, that we actually do safeguard to ensure that we maintain our security order, and that we point out that when there is a violation against that order, that we do something. And I'm concerned that it is certain member states talking about a new European architecture, and I don't think that's something that favours us, actually benefits us, especially not Sweden, which is a neutral country where we've also seen that Russian activities on the increase in the vicinity, and of course a new European security architecture, it doesn't benefit us. In fact, the opposite is true, which is why one of the most important tasks there is to safeguard the European security order, and we'll also be drawing up our programme in dialogue with the Riksdag, how we in different ways can ensure that this is being reinforced. Thank you.
Tack, Kerstin Lundgren.
Thank you, Kerstin Lundgren. Well, thank you. We're looking forward to being part of that process. And it is important, needless to say, that we do not go backwards. And when we have an upcoming chairmanship, we need to be clear in what we say. And sanctions has to be one possibility, what we do when we cannot see justice in Russia. And we hope that that will be a way forward for the EU. But we'd also like to see a Nordic unity about, well, introducing Magnitsky sanctions. And I hope that you will help us promote that stance. And the minister mentioned consular affairs, but they're not always the same. And that is something we have to be clear about when journalists and writers who have received awards in Sweden, when they are imprisoned in Eritrea or China, then we have to understand that this has to be addressed, and this has to be addressed as a violation against freedom of expression. Thank you.
Utrikesminister.
Foreign Minister, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree with you entirely, Kerstin Lundgren, that we must be clear when it comes to these issues, which is what we also did in Moscow last week when I met my Russian counterpart. As regards the issue of the Magnitsky sanctions, now Sweden's position there is that sanctions are most effective when there's a broad international support for them, and Sweden doesn't have any sanctions that we have drawn up on our own. Some member states have, in fact, their Magnitsky laws at national level, but these are very different. And the government has therefore not decided on an alternative there, but the focus is instead on discussions in the EU with regard to sanctions within the framework of our common foreign and security policy and not on nationally determined sanctions. And so we in the EU are working actively to try to move forward with regard to this. Thank you.
Vänsterpartiet.
Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker, after Turkey invaded parts of Syria, the Left Party, together with the Liberal, forced the government to drive this issue about an embargo, a clear condemnation from all parties, from the EU, and what the foreign minister said about this violation of international law, that created a reaction to stop the export of weapons. And when this is possible towards a country like Turkey, then it should also be possible to stop the export of weapons to other countries. We have the Saudi-led coalition, for example, where we have 8 countries, and we see a war in Yemen that has been going on for many years now, and this has resulted in one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the world. 124,000 individuals who need humanitarian aid, many people who risk dying from starvation. Many children have already died. And we have been exporting arms to 6 of these countries in that coalition, and all of them are in violation of human rights. And that means that all criteria are met, so that we should be able to stop that export of weapons. But between 2015 and 2018, we exported for 716 million krona. Big deals are also underway. The EU countries exported to this coalition for 44 million euros. And the crime against humanity in Yemen, well, they're well documented, and we should drive this question. We should have a weapons embargo at EU level, because this export of arms does not lie well with the feminist foreign policy that you're talking about. And my question for the foreign minister is, how come the Swedish weapons exported to the Saudi-led coalition, how come it hasn't been stopped, and when are you going to work to accomplish at EU level such an embargo?
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That we even allow the production and export of arms has to do with our national security and defense capability and our neutrality. And it is with that aim that we maintain these national interests. Export is required to maintain a strong and competitive level of technology and the skills needed also to maintain our capabilities in defense as well, which means that we need to be credible as well as a trade partner. Now, that credibility is important. In fact, it is entirely decisive for whether we are going to be continued to be neutral. And here we have decided to combine this with one of the most strict regulations for export control, where there is broad political support for that in the Riksdag. And for a number of years now, no new export deals to Saudi Arabia or the UAE have been allowed. So as foreign minister, naturally, I support the very strict regulations and the political agreements that we have in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Håkan Svenneling. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. However, I did not get a reply to my question whether the government will work for such sanctions. We saw what happened with exports, 20 billion exports to the UAE, and that is what is being used. The predecessor to that system is used in Yemen, and it should be possible for the Swedish government to reverse that trend. And what we see in Yemen should be enough evidence. So will you stop that system? The difference between exports to Turkey and Saudi Arabia is money. Turkey is number 18 in the list when it comes to where we have most weapons export. And 4 of 5 of those countries are in this Saudi-led coalition. And the money, this is not about, that's what it is about, not humanism. And where is the feminist aspect?
Final rejoinder, Foreign Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. it's not money that governs this. It's our national security interests combined with one of the most strict regulations in the world when it comes to these deliveries that Håkan Svenneling mentions there. The Parliamentary Defence Commission did state, with all, not the Sweden Democrats and the Left Party, but all the other parties supported this, that in the future we also need clear regulations for safe delivery of war materials. And so this is something that is very important for our for us as a trade partner. And these decisions, further decisions which have been made as well, when we reinforce the regulations without the support of the Left Party and the Sweden Democrats, then we also need, that delivery should be made when there are no major obstacles, which means that this is not done automatically. It means that it's always decided on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Demokraterna.
Thank you, and we'll continue with the next rejoinder, and it's Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker, in this mixture of foreign policy aspects that we heard about, we also have pieces dealing with the Middle East. You want a good relationship towards Israel, Palestine, but we know what the situation is like. We have contacts in the Palestinian areas with Fatah, and that is a beloved sister party of you, but at the same time we have bilateral relations with Israel that have gone down the drain. And while Margot Wallström was in the foreign department, she was the only one of the EU foreign ministers who was not welcome to visit this only democracy of the Middle East. When Ann Linde took office in September, many of us hoped that the minister would contribute to us having a more balanced stance towards Israel and a new start in the relationships. However, unfortunately, we haven't seen anything of that. Instead, you have made clear that there is no change whatsoever in the government Middle East policy. And therefore, I have a question for you, for the foreign minister. How are we to normalize those relationships towards Israel? And how will that be possible if the Swedish government in no aspect is prepared to work for solving that conflict?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this question. It is essential for Sweden to have good relations with Israel and Palestine. I work for this, and the Prime Minister, no less, as a minister with responsible for foreign trade, I made a visit there, and I think it would be strange not to have an exchange at the level of foreign ministers just because we do not share all approaches to policy. And I hope that this will be changed now after the elections in Israel. We've recognized Palestine. I support that entirely. We want a two-state solution based on the principles of international law, which will give Israel and Palestine possibilities to live within secure and recognized borders, taking full account of the needs of both parties, and a negotiated solution where not just one party is part of the negotiations. I don't see any reason for that fact to not have an exchange at the level of foreign ministers. But we also want to emphasize the work we do against anti-Semitism. This is of fundamental importance. And as I mentioned in my declaration, the Prime Minister will be sending out invitations to a conference in Malmö in October on remembrance of the Holocaust. And we take this problem extremely seriously. Therefore, that it should be possible to express criticism between governments and not require a withdrawal, for example, a recognition of Palestine, is not something that should form the basis for a relationship full of trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars Adaktusson. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To work against anti-Semitism, that's incredibly important. But what I'm talking about is bilateral relations between Sweden and Israel. And in order to rebuild those, Ann Linde, we need insight as to what caused the current situation. And we also need to have that will to look at what hasn't worked critically. And that is something that I feel is wanting in the reply and also in the declaration from the foreign minister. I'm also missing a basic strategy for how to do this. The foreign minister, as a matter of fact, you do not have much. You're empty-handed. I was in December to Israel. I met the the big opposition party, and I regret having to say that in both those camps in Israel, there is a lot of distrust towards the Swedish government, and words will not be enough to restore the relationships. And are you prepared to take action to improve that situation?
Final rejoinder, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I am prepared to have talks with the new Israeli government and the new Minister for Foreign Affairs immediately after they've taken office. But you need two parties, two people, two walls or to dance. If there's only one party involved, it's not going to take much. If there's a request that we withdraw our recognition of Palestine, which is the basis for this the strain on our relationship, it's not going to happen. But nor is it going to be improved if we continue to build further on the incorrect perceptions, the spread of what Sweden represents, that we do not have any care for the security interests of Israel, for example, and the incorrect perception that there is a questioning in Sweden of Israel's right to exist. None of that is true, and I would have hoped that Lars Adaktusson, when he visits one side in the Israeli political landscape, could contribute to improving that situation rather than further complicating and making it more difficult for Sweden to uphold relations. Thank you.
Ordet för replik går till Fredrik.
And we continue with the next set of rejoinders. Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Turkey is attacking Syria, supporting jihadists, forcing Kurds to leave, using bombs against the Kurds, heavy artillery. And there is also a trial, criminal process where they're trying to close down 4 political parties just because they have in their names of the parties Kurdistan. And Hamid Tasha, the leader of the HBT party, is in prison since 2016. And we also have a number of parliamentarians who are imprisoned, mayors who have been removed from office. There is no freedom of expression. We see tens of thousands of civil servants who have been blacklisted, and this is a country that has the world record in keeping journalists in prison. So we see so many aggressions, and the extent of this is so big, it's so huge and so brutal that Sweden and the European Union, as a matter of fact, will have to act. The EU has introduced sanctions against Turkey looking for oil in the Mediterranean, and that is good. And thanks to the Liberal Party and the Left Party, Sweden also put a halt to exports of arms to Turkey, and that is positive. But how come Ann Linde and Sweden is not taking the initiative to introduce more sanctions at EU level against Turkey and list those leaders in the regime that are responsible for these aggressions? Day after day, year after year, we see this happening in front of our eyes.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Fredrik Malm, for addressing this important question, in particular the problems and what the Kurds have been exposed to in Turkey. Demirtas Salatin is imprisoned, has been for several years, and his female party leader colleague as well. She's also imprisoned. This is entirely unacceptable. And Sweden and the EU have expressed this to Turkey on several occasions. The fact that journalists and human rights activists have been imprisoned, as we've seen in Turkey, is also something we've repeatedly underlined, and we condemn it, as well as the Turkish offensive into Syrian territories. When it comes to the way in which we need to be active and most efficient and effective in having an impact on Turkey to achieve change, that is something I can agree with you when you say that this is a matter of discussion. When it comes to an arms embargo to put a stop to the offensive, we were in agreement. Now, we didn't achieve that fully at EU level, in spite of the fact that I, with the support of the Riksdag, put forward that point to the EU. However, there was a clear sharpening, nevertheless, of the wordings when it comes to weapons and arms embargoes from the EU and several countries, including the monitoring bodies. So I agree with the criticism expressed by Fredrik Malm, but I don't agree entirely when it comes to the most impactful approach to achieving a change in terms of Turkey's actions.
Fredrik Malm. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading the Declaration on Foreign Policy, where we have one sentence about Turkey. Well, there is a little bit about the past and what has happened with the agreements being revoked, but then basically you have one sentence where it says, where we have a collaboration and we also have a critical dialogue with Turkey. Well, the European Union obviously has such a collaboration, which in practice means that there is extortion towards the EU because this collaboration is based on the question of migrants. And the critical dialogue, well, is that enough, is my question. And do we feel that Erdogan is listening to our views in that critical dialogue? Is that what we think in Sweden? Has the situation improved? I am really surprised that this is so weak, that there is so little in the declaration. Is this the only thing we can say when we have a state with such massive abuses of human rights?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's essential that we both express criticism and maintain cooperation with Turkey. It's a big and very important country, and it's important to be very, very clear in the criticism we express and be able to cooperate where possible. Currently, there are no ongoing discussions on any potential upcoming EU membership. That has been put on hold for years now, but we do have a cooperation which is positive in the area of migrants. And the way I see it, it's not correct to just state unequivocally that Turkey is involved in blackmailing. What they're doing here is that they have been good at taking care of the 4 million migrants that we are not caring for in Europe. So we provide support to NGOs and individually based initiatives and organizations to give these refugees a decent life. We do not want them to pay the price for the fact that we express criticism of Turkey in other fora.
That concludes all the rejoinders on the address of the Foreign Minister, and we continue with the address of Hans Wallmark from the Moderate Party.
Herr talman,
Mr. Speaker, Foreign Minister, David Isaac, Gui Minhai, 2 individuals with Swedish citizenship who are being punished by regimes for them expressing their right to write and publish freely. The Chinese embassy in Stockholm says that we should talk less about the publisher Gui Minhai. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we should talk more about Gui Minhai, not just because we want to show that we do not bow to what China is dictating, and not just because we have to fight tendencies like that. That is something the entire free world has to do. We see that, for example, with the attack against the Danish Jyllands-Posten, we have to fight for the free world. And there is no better place for a member of parliament in doing this than from the rostrum here in the Swedish parliament. And that is why we are to mention and talk about these individuals. David Isaac and Gui Minhai. Mr. Speaker, Sweden and Europe are facing big questions, and how we work will be very important for our position in a world that is changing. It's about leadership, it's about human rights, it's about the rule of law, democracy, international law. these things built our continent, and they are now being tested, and it is decisive. We need to defend these values, and we also have to have norms and standards at global level. And this is something that has to be part of our foreign policy. That has to be our Swedish policy line. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a security policy threat. Today, together with my party leader Ulf Kristersson, we're writing about the challenges that we see in the Arctic. We see foreign powers now, because of the melting ice, identifying new financial and military interests in our neighborhood. So you could say that things are heating up in the Arctic, unfortunately. The government is to produce a new strategy on the Arctic region, and here we have to look at security as well, hard security. Together with others, we have to work to create preconditions so that we can collaborate with caution in the Arctic, because the environment is very sensitive, and we need to look at maritime roads and how to manage natural resources in the oceans, below the oceans. Mr. Speaker, Brexit is now a fact, and we've lost a very important partner in the EU, and we need to strengthen the strategic building of alliances with other partners, and we need to continue to have strong links to London, Brussels, but also London and Stockholm. With Brexit, we now have to work more with the security structures where we still have the United Kingdom as a partner. We need a stronger involvement in NATO. That is an important investment in safeguarding the European security and stability. We also need stronger ties across the Atlantic, not weaker ties. Europe and North America, we have a community of values, and that is something that has formed our continent and the modern history of our continent. But it is obvious that we in Europe, we have to take a bigger responsibility for what is happening in our neighborhood, the security, the development, and that this is what Chancellor Merkel and President Macron is stressing. Mr. Speaker, Russia is a threat to Europe in the Baltic Sea region, in the Black Sea region, and Russia is also involved in the killings in Syria and the maintaining of the Assad regime in Damascus. The Swedish support to Georgia and Ukraine in this context, very important to fight that Russian destabilization. The killings and the fighting in eastern Ukraine, the illegal annexation of Crimea. This means that all of Europe, the fight that should be Europe's, is now being fought by Ukrainians. And Sweden has to work for maintaining EU sanctions against Russia, and the Magnitsky legislation has to be introduced, regardless of what name we will dare give that legislation in the EU. And a European reaction is important. Russia has violated the European security order about the inviolability of borders. The bilateral relation with Russia will not change until Russia changes its policy. Until then, Sweden has to support those brave Russians who are fighting the violence and the oppressions of Kremlin, because there is a European Russia outside of Kremlin. We have a civil society that are working every day for the environment, for children, women, for equal rights, for freedom, for justice, for a united Europe. Mr. Speaker, 2019 was the year where Europe re-evaluated China, just as we re-evaluated Russia in 2014. Steps towards economic openness that paved the way for today's position as a financial superpower. And if Russia is the military threat, then China is the financial and technological threat, disregarding the humanitarian aspect. The surveillance technology that is being used in China means that this is a high-tech security state, not focusing on the safety and security of its citizens, but the power and the party. And we have to be clear in our criticism against the internment camps in Xinjiang. And the World Health Organization, well, Taipei should be an important partner, but nevertheless, they have stressed the problems, and it's obvious that the survival of the Communist Party is superior to everything else, including the well-being of the citizens. We need to have a European stance against China, where we have to fight for rule-based trade systems and trade on equal terms. there has been this over-reliance on improving financial standards and the belief that that will happen by automaticity and that that will lead to democracy. But that is not the case. When we see obvious lies, that is what we're seeing in China, the way they handled the coronavirus initially, where they silenced those who sounded the alert. And in Iran, we also have the question, how can we have this regime that can lie about shooting down a passenger plane? What is happening in these two countries? Well, this could be a Chernobyl of our day and age. Swedish foreign aid, Mr. Speaker, should be a central role of working to promote our values and interests. And we need to look at what we do to promote peace and go from financial development to development, and also for training and well-being. Again, the 2030 is important, and we need to look at what we do to fight corruption. That is also something that is key. There is a reason to look at and re-evaluate. We need to be courageous, and we need to be critical also when it comes to foreign aid and how it's being used. And even though we have several parties who have criticized us for addressing this issue, we feel that it is important to discuss foreign aid, and we see that there is big public support for doing this. We want to do away with the targets that we have today. We should use foreign aid to fight poverty and oppression. These are Swedish interests, but we also need to focus on humanitarian aid and disaster aid, and that is something we want to focus on. Mr. Speaker, we don't have time for much. We've been rushing through the World Atlas, but this, nevertheless, is the Swedish policy line of the Moderate Party.
Thank you. Hans Wallmark has received requests for rejoinders from Markus Wiechel of the Sweden Democrats, Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party, Lars Adaktusson, Christian Democrats, and Janine Alm Eriksson of the Green Party. And it is Markus Wiechel who will have the floor first for his rejoinder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Hans Wallmark, for that address. I agree with a great deal of what you expressed, not least your perspective on Russia. We need to be strict and tough on Russia, since they constitute a threat, not least a military threat to Sweden. But I do question some points you made in your address on Magnitsky sanctions. There are two parties in the Swedish Riksdag who've tabled proposals to introduce Magnitsky sanctions. It's the Sweden Democrats and the Centre Party. The Centre Party have refused to submit a joint reservation against previous decisions, but that's their decision. The Moderate Party, however, were satisfied with nothing more than a separate statement. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I have the following question for Hans Wallmark. If this is mentioned in his address as an important issue, why weren't you prepared to join forces with the Sweden Democrats or the Centre Party to achieve the goal of obtaining Magnitsky legislation in Sweden?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Sweden Democrats' question actually reveals their sort of blind spot. Because what we've said, the Moderate Party, is that we prefer having more countries doing this together in a coordinated manner than one doing it individually on its own. The strength of doing it together, and there's a weakness in doing it on your own, going it alone, which is why we've hoped, and I know that you'd be suspicious about that this would take time in the EU, but now we've seen, in fact, that things are, in fact, happening in Europe. And I think they're the blind spot. That's where your blind spot is, the Sweden Democrats, and that, Europe is complicated and difficult and cumbersome. But if we are actually achieving this idea of sanctions in the EU, and then supporting also with those countries that have different types of regulations with regard to Magnitsky, then this is a good sign. And this will be a sort of sanction regime for human rights. And that is what I was referring to. Naturally, you might say that you having that name, we know what it means included, but it's also a strength that we don't just sort of get bogged down with one country, one regime, one way of violating human rights, because unfortunately out there are several states, not just Russia, that are in fact doing this and violating the human rights of their citizens. So I, of course, prefer going the European route, if that is possible, rather than we as an individual country doing this. And I hope also that perhaps already this year we'll have such a joint sanction legislation in place. And that is strength.
Marcus Wiechel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can please Hans Wallmark by saying that in the motion that from the Sweden Democrats that will be dealt with later on this spring, we propose common EU-level Magnitsky sanctions and legislation that we can work together with other countries on. Several countries have introduced it of their own accord. The US, the UK. There are other examples. So there is great opportunity to find agreement on this point. And for that reason, I now ask Hans Wallmark a concrete question. Is the moderate party prepared to join forces in a resolution, a joint resolution, or to drive through this together with the other parties in the Swedish Riksdag, not least the Sweden Democrats, and hopefully also the Centre Party?
We'd like to see Magnitsky legislation in place. Yes, if you can do that via Europe with 27 states, that's preferable. If that's not possible, then we're prepared to look at something else. My party has also submitted a motion, a member statement to the European Nordic Council, saying that if we can't find the European route, as it were, we can't go down that route, then perhaps we can do it at the Nordic level. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to then return your kindness, Sweden Denmark. So perhaps in the Nordic Council, perhaps you can then support our position and our motion there, and with our sister parties and perhaps with your sister parties, that you will support our proposal. If we can't take the European route, then we'll try to find a Nordic route instead. Thank you.
That concludes this round of rejoinder. Next rejoinder is for Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party. You have the floor.
Herr talman,
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to talk about development aid with Hans Wallmark, even if I would be so inclined, because the Moderate Party and the Left Party over a long period of time have been the clearest and most consistent in our criticism from both parties of China, and Hans Wallmark focused a great deal of that. Margot Wallström was reported to the Committee on Constitutional Affairs for the actions at the Sheraton Hotel before Christmas, and we were anxious to have more stronger wordings expressing criticism of China in the official documents. In an article on New Year's Day, your party leader, who together, just as my party leader, proposed that there would be a Gui Minhai commission set up to determine what we could do differently to free him. This is quite similar to ideas presented by the Left Party, but also other parties, looking into the case of David Isaak, who's been kept imprisoned in Eritrea for incredibly 19 years. More recently, the Left Party and the Moderate Party found each other in trying to put a halt to the chaos privatization of the employment agency and giving more money to the welfare. If we can find a proposal, I think this would be good, because in October 2015, the Swedish book publisher Gui Minhai was kidnapped by Chinese agents in his holiday residency in Thailand. He was running a successful publishing and book operation in Hong Kong, specialized on satirical books on private politicians, the private life and private life of Chinese politicians. It's very sensitive to the dictatorship. He's been now in prison for over 4 years. He's showing symptoms of ALS. He needs medical care. Not enough has been done by the Swedish government. This has been expressed by the Left Party several times. The previous ambassador to China, Ann Linde, have been involved. And I'm wondering now whether we should propose a Gui Minhai commission through an initiative in the committee. And can you include others like David Isaak?
Thank you. Well, that was so suddenly you've just taken, this proposal. It's welcome, but yes, it's true what you're saying then, Mr. Speaker. What Håkan Svenneling just did now, you described the whole entire case, because there are many different differences, many things that are, there's very serious separately, and then in also we're going to have the court case against the previous ambassador, Swedish ambassador to China, but we actually have the fact here that a Swedish citizen, a person with Swedish citizenship, was kidnapped in Thailand and taken to another country, and that was roughly 4 years ago. And then we have event after event after event with many oddities, and therefore we have to think this through. Have we done the right thing? Have we done the wrong thing? Have we done something that we should have done something that we shouldn't have done? And there, a commission, I think, would be important and central to that. And I can understand, Håkan Svelling, the way that you point out the fact that you can look at several Swedish citizens that have also been imprisoned. But this case, I think, stands out, actually, because it is so exceptional that a Swedish citizen was kidnapped in Thailand and taken to China. But after your proposal, I think there's every reason for us to sit down and think how we can move forward here. And perhaps we also need to think about this carefully. I mean, this commission, what would it, how would it be set up, etc.? What would its role be? And I am also very concerned by the fact that time is not on our side, because there's nothing there to show that anything is going to be, that Guinea is going to be helped in any except that. So together with the minister, the foreign minister, I think we need to mention this by name, actually. We need to make it clear to these regimes, David, Isaac, and Gui Minhai, we're talking about them here in our parliament because they are our citizens. Thank you.
Håkan Svenneling. Thank you, Hans Wallmark. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's a possible cooperation between our parties, that would be a good thing. Swedish foreign policy is stronger when we show that there's broad support in the Swedish parliament. We've shown it before, and we can do it again when it comes to China. As parties in the opposition, we have an important role to question the government, pinpoint shortcomings. This is why we submitted a report of the previous foreign minister to the Committee on Constitutional Affairs and take another action, because we want to see a difference. We want to see and achieve change. And as Hans Wallmark mentioned, it's important not to forget those other prisoners of conscience, David Isaac and many others. If we make them more visible in Swedish foreign policy, we can keep up the pressure to get and achieve a release. It's crucial for our credibility to put human rights over financial interest. Otherwise, there's a danger that our voice will go silent very quickly.
Final rejoinder. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, what we can say is that the parliamentary situation that we've had in the last year, we've developed new patterns, if you like. Previously in the debate, we've referred to what the Liberals and the Left Party have done when it comes to Turkey, for instance. And those of us in the Foreign Affairs Committee, we know what we did to improve the wording that the government put forward with regard to China. And I think that all serious, anyone who looks at this in a serious way, that we see that the opinion from the committee on this document has a much better quality than what was submitted to the Riksdag by the government. And that was something that was done together, all parties together, which is why I think, without sort of going ahead of time, I think what the Left Party is offering here in the chamber is important to look at and perhaps to deal with, actually, in more detail. Thank you.
Därmed var det replikskiftet avslutat. Ordet för replik går till.
That concludes this round of rejoinder. The next round of rejoinders, floor Lars Adaktusson of the Christian Democrats.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hans Wallmark. You're a good colleague and a friend in the work we do here in the Riksdag. In our respective parties, we're very close. And we will jointly form the next government, hopefully. At the same time, if you look carefully, it is possible to find the odd differences of opinion and approach. And one of those has to do with the way the government should act when it comes to the Swedish ambassador, the Sweden ambassador for China. The Chinese ambassador has made threatening statements against the Minister for Culture and exposed free media of to aggressive contacts and taken actions that would restrict the freedom of expression in Sweden. And the Christian Democrats therefore feel that the trust is no longer there in the Chinese ambassador to Sweden, and that he be declared persona non grata. Hence, the Moderate Party has come to another conclusion. And in a statement in Swedish television in December, Hans Wallmark says that the ambassador may remain, with a reference to the risk of counteraction taken by China. Hans Wallmark, where will we end up if political decisions in Beijing can be allowed to impact Swedish decisions in the area of foreign policy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I first, Mr. Speaker, say that Lars Adaktusson has corrected me, or should sound corrected. We are good friends and colleagues, but Lars Adaktusson, with his question, he risks actually making what's easiest the correct decision, which is not necessarily the right way to go about, because there are many Swedes, of course, who are very angry at how the Chinese ambassador to Sweden is acting and would like to see some kind of action, reaction. And then, of course, naturally they will throw him out. But the problem here is that he is representing the Chinese regime. He's not here on his own account, just like most ambassadors do represent the government and the state that they represent here, regardless of whether we're talking about Stockholm or Beijing. So this is not unique. And even what he's doing, even though he perhaps sees in the first division with regard to this type of behaviour. We've seen the same type of thing in France, in Denmark, which is why I think instead of just throwing him out from Sweden with a risk that they will do something against us by throwing out our staff, not because they've done something, but just as a tit for tat. It surprises me, actually, that a previous MEP, a former MEP standing here and just sort of thinks that the natural track is, instead of saying that the natural track is to do something together with the EU, more countries need to make a stance here. Because this is what China doesn't want. They want to sort of split and divide. So let's unite instead. And what Lars Adaktusson should say is that the Swedish government, together with the other EU governments, instead should, for example, have sanctions against China for their behaviour. Thank you.
Lars Adaktusson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's completely correct. And we have done so. We've been very clear when it comes to policies on China, it has to have support and be coordinator in a very different and much more efficient way than what we've seen so far. On our own, we do not have the ability to impact the great power that is China. But there is a limit to what the Chinese regime, with all its influence, may be allowed to do in terms of how they behave in our country. In my party, we feel that they have crossed a line in terms of the behavior of the Chinese ambassador. And suffice it to say that there's more patience in the moderate party with this behavior. So, Hans Wallmark, we might ask whether it had been the Russian ambassador who had behaved or acted in this way. Would he also have been allowed to remain in Sweden as far as the moderate party is concerned?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if we then look at the Security Police annual report, there are always three countries that are active in our countries. It's the Russian Federation, it's China, and it's Iran. But we haven't demanded that any of them should be thrown out, their ambassadors, and that's not because we think that their behaviour is correct or anything like that. No, it's actually because it's in our interest. It's not in our interest to do that because, again, the easiest option doesn't have to be the right option, which is why you need to think this through. If you do this and then there's a tit for tat in that we are then affected with regard to our presence in China, how does that impact Gui Minhai, for example? How does that impact Swedish interests, Swedish companies in China? So, my good friend Lars Adaktusson, let me ask you to think about two things here. That the easiest option is not always the right option. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine Alm Eriksson has the floor for the next round of rejoinders for the Green Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Swedish development aid is some of the best in the world. Independent evaluations show that we are well focused and we help the most vulnerable and exposed in the world. In many parts of the world, we see development going in the wrong direction, democracy taking steps backwards instead of progressing. it's more important than ever to support democracy and development. The Swedish development aid is a determining factor to help develop women and to be represented in international organization. I and many other Swedes are very proud of the Swedish development aid, and we will always stand up to defend the 1% target, which the Moderate Party in your most recent budget proposal wanted to cut back on. Cutting back on aid is nothing less than cutting back on your ambitions for a better world. If your proposal gains support, we would see a reduction to the tune of about 7 billion kronor, money which is used to combat poverty, focus on development, women's rights, international climate efforts, strengthening international institutions, and much, much more. What work with worth 7 billion, the proposed cuts by the Moderate Party that would be affected, is not an answer we've been able to obtain from the Moderate Party. But regardless of where they would make that cut, the consequences would be dire. So here's my question for the Moderate Party and Hans Wallmark. Which part of your ambition for a better world is the one where you would like to cut back on?
Thank you, Janine Alm Eriksson, for that question, because you can always have faith in the Green Party here. I think it's good that we clarify that we have this type of difference when it comes to Swedish development aid, that we can see that it's being expressed. And it's completely true that the Green Party is in favour of having a goal here, that we say exactly how much money as a percentage we should pay year after year. But we, the Moderate Party, don't believe that that's the right way to go. We need a more long-term budget and perhaps focus more on results and efficiency rather than an exact figure that you reach 1.0% of GDP. And I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the Green Party line has a lot of support within the Green Party. But having said that, I'm also convinced that our proposal to set that goal aside and instead look at efficiency and results, I think that is something that's supported by the Swedish people. But I think it's good that you can choose between the Green Party line and also the Moderate Party line. So let me then just point out that Dagens Nyheter, the newspaper, in fact, recently had an article saying that it's not, if you send development aid the whole time to help themselves as well as help is not always self-help in the long term, and things haven't happened despite 40 years of development aid. And then you have to ask yourself the question, what is efficient and effective and what's in our interests and their interests, which is why we're offering a policy which is going away from a strict goal to more of a result-oriented goal instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear that Hans Wallmark is of the opinion that the Green Party can be trusted in these issues, and that's indeed true, as opposed to the left-wing party focusing on your bromance, as it were. Having the target set in itself of 1% in this case is not something which has a value per se. It's not the target that we're aiming for in itself. The idea is to build and create and allow for stability in Swedish international commitments, whether it's bilateral aid or support and funding of large international institutions. The needs are so great in the world. I wish that they were reducing, but I understand that I'm not going to get an answer from Hans Wallmark, nor does he say anything about which parts of the ambitions that you would like to restrict in the Moderate Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, as regards, since we launched this idea of doing away with this goal of expenditure and having a result-oriented goal, and said, is it quite interesting that those critics against this is to actually focus on this, on what you're saying, that safeguarding the 1%, as it were. There are very few of the critics, actually, who participate in this dialogue or this conversation that the people of the country want us to have. What's reasonable? What are the results? Is it reasonable that we then give aid to a country for 40 years without having had any clear effects on their economic development. And the Green Party didn't touch upon what I touched upon when it comes to Agenda 2030. But there, it's so clear that one of the basis for helping countries out of poverty is growth, their economic growth and their possibility of growth. And I think that's where our focus should lie, Mrs. Speaker.
Thank you. That concludes that set of rejoinders. And we are going to continue with the next address, Marcus Wiechel, the Sweden Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statement on foreign policy this year, just like last year, is largely about the drive for democracy of the government, and many of the speeches made at that time were about the importance of supporting Western democracy. This is naturally a commendable initiative, which deserved all respect. However, there was a false ring to it, actually, and once again, it felt just like empty words. Now, here we are, a year later, we've seen the negative developments around the world have continued, and I can't say that I would give this government top marks for their so-called drive for democracy. Let's just summarize here what we've seen in the last year. Not long after the foreign policy debate last year, we could hear how the Swedish Foreign Trade Minister Ann Linde, who's now Foreign Minister, she participated in the celebrations of the 40th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. 40 years that has there's been oppression, torture, mass murder, surveillance of dissidents, and where relatives and friends of Swedish citizens have been murdered. She celebrated 40 years of violations of the free rights of basic rights of women and 40 years of a stone-cold, hard Islamist dictatorship. This extremely poor decision to participate is an affront against exiled Iranians in Sweden and all those in Iran who are dreaming of living a life in a free society, in a gender-equal society, open secular country. And today we've seen huge demonstrations in Iran. We see people who are prepared to sacrifice everything for their fundamental human rights. And the government, at the same time, is not saying anything to support these. And we haven't seen anything of a support, really, for those courageous women who today defy the fact that you have to wear a veil. So, Mr. Speaker, our democracy mark for the government this year's grade fail. And the European Council Parliamentary Assembly, we've seen how European politicians in a very emotional debate decided to do away with all obstacles for the Russian parliament to rejoin the organization. The Russian delegation began sanctions due to the illegal invasion and occupation of Ukraine. Sanctions which initially were supported by a unified Swedish delegation. The Swedish delegation was still a year ago unified here not to ease the sanctions against Russia because of all the violations against human rights. Suddenly something happened and the Social Democrats chose instead to legitimize Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea by supporting the authoritarian and anti-democratic country's readmission to the European Council as the only Swedish party in the Assembly. And the Social Democrats' historical betrayal shows that their fine words against the Russian aggression and crimes, international crimes, don't mean anything at all. Mr. Speaker, the democracy grade for the party in power, the Social Democrats, grade fail. The Parliamentary Committee on Foreign Affairs has with 7 out of 8 parties have then supported the Council conclusions, giving indirect expression of support to the so-called Syrian National Army. And despite its name, it's a rebel alliance governed by Turkey as consists of hardcore Islamists aimed at fighting secular and democracy-friendly groups in Syria. And so obviously it's naturally a lack of knowledge, which meant that only the SD voted against this. However, it is a huge betrayal because we see that the same troops have been responsible for these atrocities and attacks against peaceful and stable Kurdish governance in Rojava in northeast Syria. And here we've also seen violations against public international law as well. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, the democracy grade to the government, again, grade fail. Since the Social Democrats took power, the Swedish government, with the Prime Minister at the forefront, always supported the undemocratic Palestinian Authority, sending on an annual basis around 800 million of the taxpayers' money. Despite this, this is funding terrorists who have murdered Jews, and we're seeing that the reimbursement would be higher if a person has been convicted of more serious crime. And we've seen on the ministry's websites, we see PLO documents about how the Jewish state should be destroyed, and in schools and in the media they incite and spread anti-Semitism. Just a couple of days ago, we saw how the Swedish foreign minister implied that terrorist wages would be seen as social benefits. The government has here a much greater interest of supporting the undemocratic forces in the PLO rather than the democratic in Israel. And the examples, for example, you could say how they support the UNWRA, and also we also see the recurring anti-Semitic scandals in the Social Democratic Party, and there are many such scandals. So once again, democracy grade for the government, grade fail. Many have reacted very strongly against the Chinese embassy's attempts at influencing Swedish media and decision makers, and that's very right to do. And we've seen how this poor diplomacy does not belong in our open society, and we've also seen that this is a totalitarian view with no belief in fundamental human rights. And in Sweden, everyone should be able to express different opinions. We should be able to meet who we want to meet, and we should also be able to make our own decisions. That's why it's very pleasing that the government has acted forcefully after pressure from China. However, the threat here we see is much greater than just individual diplomatic faux pas. We see that the war in the future will not be fought with using the weapons. Instead, it will be influence, both financial and technological. And today we see how the government has opened the door to the Chinese company Huawei to expand in Sweden. So they're prepared to open the doors to the whole Swedish IT infrastructure to a company which literally means for China, and there's well-documented links to the Chinese intelligence service. I'd like to take the opportunity to remind the government about the following. No security means no democracy, because it's the very foundation of a democracy that a democracy works. Mr. Speaker, the government could possibly have been given a pass grade when it comes to how they've handled the threats from the Chinese embassy, but still, with regard to the rest, the grade will still be fail. It would be possible to give many more examples. Their support to the undemocratic Muslim Brotherhood, for example, through development assistance to Islamic relief, but a lack of support to Kurds and other minorities in Turkey, just as Fredrik Malm told us about, given us account of, and also their attitude towards different governments in Africa and Latin America, etc., etc. So at the end of the day, the only thing you can say is that the foreign policy of this government is does not get a good pass grade, and Sweden deserves a conservative government. Thank you.
Tack. På Marcus.
Thank you. And the following have asked for rejoinders: Kerstin Lundgren, Centre Party, and Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats, as well as Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party. And we will begin with Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to Marcus Wiechel with interest. I wanted to find out where he would end up after having gone through all these issues having to do with democracy. And I was thinking, will he stand up for liberal democracy? Will the Sweden Democrats recognize the fact that Viktor Orban and all of those forces who are talking about the liberal democracy, and that is what you have as your opponent, that they're wrong? Will Marcus Wiechel say this? Will Marcus Wiechel say that, yes, when deciding between Viktor Orban and Macron, President Macron, then the choice is easy. It is President Macron. But, Mr. Speaker, in that part of this journey through democracy. The Marcus Wiechel Sweden Democrat, he didn't say much. So I would like to hear what you think about your own democracy grade. And I would like to say that it's a fail.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that Kerstin Lundgren, as a person from the Centre Party, should be very careful about talking about democracy, not least when it comes to the European Parliament, where we've seen that the Centre Party have said that given support, for example, to as taking over issues that should be national issues, where you take away certain rights. I mean, rather than having this sort of policies that are decided on sort of close at home, be decided on in Brussels instead. But firstly, yes, I can say that developments under Viktor Orban, I mean, yes, there are problems there, but let me say that they have also in Hungary a tradition of free media, and also have the big media companies are in fact in opposition. I think there's a different media situation there with regard to influence, etc., compared to us here in Sweden. I think we should respect differences between different countries. Oh, naturally, not everything is perfect in Hungary.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Kerstin Lundgren. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But this was a bit of a revelation, right, what we heard. Everything is not perfect in Hungary, we heard. And this is a situation where one of the universities that is most important for the democratic development in all of our eastern neighborhood, that university is being closed when we see what is being done towards free media, and when they try to strangle the opportunities of civil society. And we have even seen this with freedom of religion. While I was in the Council of Europe, I criticized Hungary and the actions of Hungary, but according to the Sweden Democrats, everything is, well, not perfect. And I guess that is the way it is when you use these big words about democracy, and then feel that what Hungary and what Erdogan are doing, that it's well, not perfect. Fail. Grade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's rather odd that I should stand here and, as a Sweden Democrat, to sort of respond to, you know, a sort of policies in another country where I haven't even mentioned, for example, the closure of the university. It becomes very odd when Kerstin Lundgren is trying somehow to make me to be responsible for what's going on there. Now, naturally, I'm criticizing what's going on around the world, and the fact is that I'm focusing on what's most important today. And there we have Russia as a threat, we have threats in the Middle East, we have many different countries where developments are going are much worse than they are in Hungary, and that's my focus. You can focus on Hungary and Viktor Orban, but it's getting a bit boring where debate after debate we have to then be responsible for the errors made over there. Aren't there more important issues to discuss, Kerstin Lundgren, really?
Thank you. That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we will continue with Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Sweden Democrats are strong opponents of NATO. And this, in spite of the concerns we see when it comes to security policy in our neighborhood, Russia, Vladimir Putin, where we now see authoritarian developments, military armament aggressions, direct aggressions and violations of international law that leads to instability, violations of Swedish territory in the air and at sea. And this is something that's happening in combination with the annexation of Crimea, the war in eastern Ukraine, and the active participation that we've seen from Russia on President Assad's side in Syria. And this, of course, gives cause for concern that President Putin alone and with violence can move borders in Europe, that Russia, with the military means, are supporting one of the most barbaric regimes today. Well, this is a reality, and this is a reality that we in Sweden as well has to deal with. So my question is, how come the Sweden Democrats, in this difficult security policy situation, that you completely rule out Sweden becoming a member of NATO?
Mr. Speaker, yes, thank you. I think that the Sweden Democrats say we want to have good relationship with NATO. We can cooperate with NATO and try to cooperate with those countries that are close to us, strategically, not least in the world around us. We want to, for example, work together with Finland, and we also want we are the ones who want to give more money to defence more than any other party here in Riksdagen. And this is something that we've always done. And now, as regards to NATO membership, is not uncomplicated. It would lead to many measures and actions and commitments, and might mean that we would be in a position that isn't favourable to us as to our country, if we're looking at our geographical placement. Location, we have to think the long term, the whole time, and we also see the problems of NATO membership, actually, because where we have Donald Trump and Recep Erdogan as in NATO, these are people, and we don't know, how to cooperate with them at all. And in Syria, for example, where Al-Qaeda are governing there, Turkey are on Al-Qaeda's side, they're being attacked by the Syrian army. And at the same time as Turkey is warring in a different country, they are saying that it's in self-defense and want NATO to come and rescue them because they are fighting on the side of Al-Qaeda. It's a very complicated situation, where we've also seen two NATO countries fighting each other. So we become a member of such an alliance. How do we know for sure that Swedish soldiers aren't going to be impacted by this type of behaviour?
Thank you, Lars Adaktusson. Well, Marcus Wiechel is talking about a partnership for peace and the fact that Sweden is collaborating with NATO. But there is a huge difference between that partnership and a membership. If there is a war, the NATO resources will be used for those countries, in those countries who belong to the alliance, not to partnership countries. And through the mutual guarantees that we have in Article 5 in the North Atlantic Treaty, there is a guarantee for a country who's a member to get support from other countries. But that is if you are a member. So where will we have that defense guarantee with the security policy model of the Sweden Democrats?
Final rejoinder, Marcus Wiechel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, yet again, this shows some of the problems with NATO. As I mentioned earlier in my previous round of rejoinders, that Turkey now claim the right to self-defense in spite of the fact that they're involved and engaged in war in another country. They're working with, there's the US and Al-Qaeda and US and other countries need to come in and support Turkish Al-Qaeda allies against attack. It gets very complicated and we could be drawn into a similar situation. It's a matter of making a sound judgment of where you can get guarantees to protect yourself, right to self-defense, etc. We're happy to have good relations with NATO. We want to maintain good relations with NATO. After all, this is the alliance today which represents most of the values that we want to uphold, and we want to keep and maintain those good relations. But the most important point is to have a strong Swedish defence.
That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we continue with the next rejoinder, and Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party.
Tack så mycket, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're facing an enormous challenge globally with the migration flows, where we had last year one human being who was forced to leave his or her home every other second. And most of these are internal refugees, from 17 million, but we have tens of thousands of millions who have fled to another country. And now we hear from the UNHCR that there is this big disconnect between the acute need to find shelter for these displaced persons and those who actually receive help. We're talking about last year some 63,000 individuals. And this is a situation that triggers irregular migration, and this contributes to the situations in refugee camps being worsened, the recruitment of children to militia, to different terrorist groups, etc. So, in brief, this refugee disaster that is ongoing, it is a huge security threat as well, because it's destabilizing regions and countries today. And Mr. Speaker, Sweden Democrats, well, you're very restrictive towards immigration. You do not want Sweden to receive any refugees, any quota refugees at all, I believe. And I, being a liberal politician, I don't think I can change your view. But my question is, how come you cannot at least act so that other countries who are not taking any responsibility whatsoever to ensure that those countries at least take some of these quota refugees, so that they should take just a little bit of international responsibility?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Fredrik Malm surely knows, I am a warm proponent of the quota refugee system within the UN. We've presented this previously as a way of assisting refugees, and that actually works. Now, Sweden has passed a limit. We're not able to cope anymore. It's unfortunate. I hope we can resume that work from within the UN at a later stage, but not currently, regrettably. In addition, I'm a member of the Swedish Riksdag, and a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, but we're not a party in one of the parties in the government. Fredrik Malm has a cooperation agreement with the government. You know that this is action taken by the government. Now, clearly, other countries, if they feel that they can cope and muster, that's a good thing. I'm in favor of countries who feel that they can cope, continue to receive and welcome quota refugees. I have no objection to that, but how could I, as an individual member of parliament, or we as a party outside of government, enable more quota refugees to come in? That is a little bit off.
Fredrik Malm. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this line of reasoning, what we hear from Marcus Wiechel, we do not need to tell other countries that they have to abide by, well, international law, trade union law, or to take any responsibility in their societies. We simply do not have to care. Of course, you and the Sweden Democrats, you can take a stance. With the situation that we see today, with this enormous refugee disaster that we're seeing today, well, this is something that we have to work with together, and other countries have to take responsibility as well. But every time we talk about this, your immediate reflex is to say no, we are not to comment on what other countries are doing. If they have closed their borders completely, we are not to comment on that. But shouldn't it be the other way around? We have about 50% of the countries in the European Union who haven't taken any responsibility whatsoever. Shouldn't they do something that wouldn't threaten the stability of those countries at all, but it would help many of the refugees?
Finally, rejoinder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may have been unclear. I do take a stance. I think it's important that countries with the capacity and the ability to receive quota refugees should continue to do so. So that's very clear. By all means, welcome them. But it is a somewhat strange situation when we've been discussing so many other things as well. But I apologize if the Sweden Democrats and I have been unclear. We've previously addressed the point of, for example, that Saudi Arabia didn't receive any quota refugees, whereas Libya has received countless. This is a very important issue as I see it.
That concludes those sets of rejoinders, and we're going to continue with Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an unpredictable day and age, Swedish foreign policy shall aim to strengthen our voice, safeguard our freedom, safeguard sovereignty, international law, and coexistence to be developed to combat protectionism and shape a sustainable future. Without doubt, the EU is our most important foreign policy arena, and the common voice of the EU must be made stronger and clearer. It must be heard to make a difference in an ever more multipolar world. Mr. Speaker, democracy is not developing, it's moving in the other direction. We hear that it's losing in strength as illiberal forces have grown, also in our democracies, forces which will use words and laws against minorities, freedom of expression, freedom of the media, against the law enforcement, and they seek to destabilize or erode the strength of our liberal democracy and world order. The drive for democracy undertaken by the government is important and has our full support. We need to unite and work together within the EU and also with others who are like-minded and work strategically, such as, for example, at the EU level to shape new strategic free trade agreements, promote the Eastern Partnership, secure a living EU perspective for amongst other countries, Montenegro and North Macedonia, and strengthen the Nordic voice for development and security. Sweden and the EU must have close cooperation with Norway, with the UK, with Canada and others to strengthen our competitiveness and the global voices for freedom. Mr. Speaker, for the Centre Party in this unpredictable day and age, we believe that it is important to see consensus in our security. We value the unanimity achieved in the Defence Commission. We'd like it to be upheld. We welcome that we all find that an armed attack on Sweden can no longer be excluded. We can never be strong on our own. We are not neutral. We are members of the European Union. Sweden stands up for a security policy based on solidarity. We're prepared to strengthen our own and our common capabilities. The EU is a complement to NATO. For the Centre Party, it's a natural perspective that Sweden, just like other EU members, should be members of NATO. We'd like to see a Swedish membership, preferably together with Finland. It would facilitate the Nordic cooperation, and it's ever more important now since the UK has left the EU. The transatlantic link remains central to our security in Europe. Mr. Speaker, international law is a foundation in foreign policy for the Centre Party. We can never accept that the Security Council member country Russia will move borders using military force in Europe, such as the illegal annexation of Crimea, military control of Ukraine's legitimate territorial borders, military presence in eastern Ukraine, or military presence in the Georgian territory in the Tsinghvali region and Abkhazia to move borders. This has to be condemned, and without change on the ground, there will be no change to sanctions. Mr. Speaker, China is another member of the UN Security Council acting in breach of international law. In the South China Sea, they're disregarding court rulings in the current leadership. It has been made clear that the Communist Party will not accept global rules if they're not tallied to suit their own objectives. They act globally across the scale to shape provisions and rules that will benefit these targets. The regime has significantly stepped up repression of dissidents and minorities in the internment camps in Xinjiang, where, according to some information, millions of Uyghurs are being forcibly brainwashed, are clear evidence of these methods. However, the aggressive approach also prevails globally. Representatives of China are threatening our free media, threatening the Swedish Pen Authors Association when they awarded an award to our Swedish citizen and book publisher Gui Minhai, who has been kidnapped and imprisoned in in China. Even members of government have been threatened. There's ample evidence showing how China wants to extend its oppression across the world. We will not turn silent, and we have a united Riksdag backing our perspective of the strategy to respond to China's actions. We support the democratic forces peacefully protesting for Hong Kong democracy and freedom within the framework of one China, two systems. We welcome the free elections organised in Taiwan. Democracy is a way to success and well-being. Both Hong Kong and Taiwan have shown us this. On the basis of international law, we can nor can we accept the so-called peace plan presented by President Trump for Israel and Palestine. We do not wish to see a return to a Yalta order where major powers themselves will dictate solutions. That will not lead to any sustainable peace. We stand up for the conclusions within the EU. Under Swedish leadership in 2009, we want to see two sovereign states within secure and recognised borders. The consequences for international law would be devastating if this so-called peace plan was forced through. Madam Speaker, the opportunities to sustainable peace and reconciliation in the Middle East unfortunately appear very remote. It may be in regards to an inclusive solution for the people of Syria, including the Kurds, or the conflict between regional great powers and proxy wars. We need regional solutions for security, respect and tolerance. We don't need more, but less of weapons of mass destruction in the region. JCPOA needs to be safeguarded. We also need responsible state building in Iraq to put a stop to Daesh. Sweden is prepared to assist in the fight against Daesh with resources for development and reconstruction. And we send a thought of gratitude to the women and men who are making contributions, amongst other places in Iraq, Afghanistan and Mali, on our behalf. Madam Speaker, diplomacy needs to take the climate seriously. We see significant risks developing unless we can achieve the target set in the Paris Agreement. New reports have raised the stakes and global risks for us all, the small island states, low-lying areas, with increased water levels, people on the African continent, the most vulnerable people and states who suffer from water shortage, drought, lack of food and dramatically increased heat. But it does affect all of us. We need creativity and significant efforts to achieve a new start in the climate work at COP26 in Glasgow in November. Sweden and the EU must work together with the UK to go first, to raise the commitment, but also to shape our rules and provisions in such a way that this is made possible. Madam Speaker, the nuclear threat is alive. In the last decade, Russia has stepped up their exercises in a way which will clearly signal the capabilities in the nuclear area to the countries around them. This is done at the same time as the rules which have shaped our trust in disarmament are being dissolved. President Macron have invited to strategic talks on French nuclear weapons in Europe. Now it takes major effort to promote the still remaining agreements. The review conference of NPT announced for the month of May is particularly important so that we don't endanger what has already been achieved in the NPT process. There's a heavy, the responsibility has to be, rests heavily with those who want to see a future with nuclear disarmament and hopefully a nuclear-free world. And by way of conclusion, Sweden shall be and is a reliable force for human rights, for freedom, democracy and the rule of law. Our focus for Agenda 2030 should be a clear, targeted one. It's about the climate, the poorest countries, the right to love who you wish. And with those words, Madam Speaker, we need a foreign policy. The Speaker tries to interrupt. It has to be based on sustainable solutions.
Marcus Wiechel.
Håkan Svenneling and Marcus Wiechel have asked for rejoinders, and we will continue. We'll start with Marcus Wiechel from the Sweden Democrats.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Sweden Democrats and the Centre Party are opposing forces very often in politics, but it does happen that we are in agreement, and those occasions I really enjoy. The problem might be, however, that the Centre Party very often is afraid to admitted to this. Last year, for example, we saw that when it came to the Magnitsky sanctions, that would have been simple for you to collaborate, but actually we had to have a vote here in the chamber between the two proposals from the Centre Party and the Sweden Democratic Party, and the proposals were almost identical, and we could have done that together, and then we would have a stronger voice against the government. And perhaps you could have instead joined our proposal, and that could have been a clear stance against the government. I also remember that we were together in the Council of Europe, and I know that my party friend Johan Wiesenen, unfortunately he's not in the Swedish Riksdag anymore, but he presented a proposal about having to try to improve the situation for LGBTQ people in Chechnya so that they could be themselves, love whoever they wanted to love, so that there would not be this oppression that they were exposed to from the Russian Federation. I remember that, and I do not know if my memory fails me, but that this was a proposal that others in the Swedish delegation had no problem with signing, and that was because we felt the same. But the Centre Party and Kerstin Lundgren, you didn't want to sign our proposal, and that is why I have this question for Kerstin Lundgren. When will you move away from that fear of admitting that sometimes we actually think alike?
Thank you, Kerstin Lundgren. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fear of close contact. Well, Madam Speaker, I think we have many talks and dialogues in the Committee on Foreign Affairs, here in the Chamber, because it's about whether or not we represent the same politics and if we table the same proposals. That's what matters. We've had several proposals where we have, in fact, had shared a stance. The discussion on China, for example, where in the committee we had talks to try and find a common approach. Another example of an area where we have talks. But there is a different, the values, the foundations. We support the right of LGBTQI persons' right to love whom they choose, lead their own lives. We support people's rights, media's freedom, cultural freedom. We do not wish to block one or another person who won't fit in. But that's something that the Sweden Democrats choose to do. And it's important to think carefully about this. And as long as the Sweden Democrats have an illiberal policy stance, liberal vision and perceive liberal visions as their opponents, we will not come to the same conclusions when we discuss, and therefore the stances will differ. I hope, nevertheless, that we will be able to determine whether we can agree more on the Magnitsky legislation. We tried to get more support in the committee, but when we couldn't agree, the Centre Party chose to abide by the current order. We stand up for our own motions and proposals in that case, instead of backing those of others. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marcus Wiechel, the Sweden Democrats. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This sounds good, what Kerstin Lundgren is saying. But, well, the Magnitsky sanctions, for example, I'm not sure I could even see a difference between the two proposals because they were pretty much identical. The difference was that the Centre Party was proposing something that we have in our proposal this year, which is that we should have a European view on this. And that's good. We stand behind that proposal. But nevertheless, we had to go to vote where we had the two proposals that were pretty much identical, and I think this is the shame. We saw the same thing in the Council of Europe. You refused to sign because of us being the sender, and I think that's something to be, well, regretted, but if that is to change, I will welcome that instead, and I hope that we here in the Swedish Riksdag together can work together and get the government to act and introduce sanctions.
Final rejoinder, Kerstin Lundgren. Thank you. Yes, well, if the entire Committee on Foreign Affairs can agree for a joint stance on the Magnitsky legislation, that's clearly something we welcome and will be happy to contribute to. But we don't see any need to go hand in hand with parties with whom we do not share basic values. And we do not share fundamental values with the Sweden Democrats. Just as Marcus Wiechel said in his introductory remarks, we are opponents in many different ways. We are each other's reverse and that has an impact on how we act in the chamber, in the committee.
That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we will continue with Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party. Please. Madam Speaker, in the party leader survey leading up to the elections 2018, Kerstin Lundgren said yes to the question, will the Centre Party try to get common rules when it comes to reporting on multinationals so that we get more transparency and such public country-to-country reporting for these multinationals would force the multinationals to report what profits they make and what taxes they pay in each and every country where they have a presence. And this is something very simple. It's a very effective tool to make it more difficult with aggressive tax planning. People could see with such a system if these multinationals are paying their taxes, and they could hold them accountable. But when this was discussed in the EU committee last fall, what we saw was that the Centre Party, the Liberal Party, amongst others, voted in favour of the government proposal to not introduce this. The Christian Democrats, as a matter of fact, was the ones that had dissenting opinion. And I have a feeling that these three parties, well, you've been nice enough to just decide to support the government, which means that Sweden will now be one of the countries, together with Cyprus, Ireland, Luxembourg and Malta, who are against the proposal. And these are tax havens, as we know, in the EU. And we lose some $1,000 billion in illegal tax evasion globally. And countries are also lowering hundreds of millions of dollars because of aggressive tax planning. And if we are to reduce these global inequalities, then we have to do something. We cannot do what the Centre Party did, just avoid responsibility and lie in this public service. When are you going to help to stop tax evasion?
Fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Håkan Svenneling is using big words when he talks about lying. Because, of course, not every opportunity is the right one to address a particular point. We need to do what's right at home. Also, to succeed at EU level, we stand up for country-by-country reporting. That is a fact. But the question is precisely how we do this. How can we put together a solution whereby the EU can join forces, pool its resources, and also at the same time ensure that we have similar conditions when we're talking about this in an OECD context, because that's an important component. We need to safeguard competitiveness within the EU and in relation to other players. And so it's the combined assessment which led us to a situation where we did not stand up for a particular approach at EU level. It would have been good to be able to put that point across here at home, but it wouldn't have made any difference because there wasn't a pooling of efforts within the EU sufficiently. So that's rather the question. How do we progress in all of this? How do we secure similar conditions which won't disadvantage Swedish companies nor other European companies in the global competitive landscape?
Thank you, Håkan Svenneling. Well, Madam Speaker, Kerstin Lundgren feels that I'm saying too much, but I do think that when you make claims leading up to an election and, then do not follow through, then you have broken that promise. And we are, as a matter of fact, the country that will change the majority. If we change our opinion, will change the majority. So the Centre Party, the Liberal Party and the Green Party, if you work with us, we could make a difference here in the Riksdagen, and we could have a proper follow-up to what needs to be done. But you're talking about that you want to do something about tax evasion, but as a matter of fact, you do not want to, and that way you do not fight injustices across the world. Instead, you're just groping around instead of saying yes.
Final rejoinder. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, we have all read surveys and we've all been asked to respond to questions where there are yes and no answers. But there are also lines where you can comment in such questionnaires. And this is not a black and white world that we live in. That's why it's so important to be clear on the objectives. We want to move towards a country-by-country reporting, because it's all about creating fair and just terms and conditions for Swedish companies, not least for smaller companies who are suffering today by the current state of play, but also about building a solution which will work for Europe at the global level. We're not there yet, but this does not mean that we will stop working towards that goal and endeavour to get all the way on that point. And that concludes this round of rejoinders. Lars Adaktusson has the floor for the next round of rejoinders for the Sweden Democrats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kerstin Lundgren did what Donald Trump did after the presentation of the peace plan in the Middle East. She twittered, as it were. She tweeted, so as sort of peace plan, hashtag international law. Well, let me say that there's a great deal to criticize and question when it comes to the American peace plan, but the same applies to all the peace plans, in fact, that have been put forward in the last 70 or even 80 years. None of them have been perfect. None of them have led to peace, unfortunately. However, when you try to put down people who are trying to find peace and get a dialogue going between different parties, then I think there is a reason, or there should be reason, to ask yourself what your own country or your own party has done and how that has contributed to peace and what it's led to. And the Centre Party, well, since 2012-13, demanded a unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state, despite the fact that there are two regimes, despite the fact that neither of them have control over the territory, despite the fact that there are no borders. Now, Kerstin Lundgren, is that in line with international law?
Kerstin
Lundgren, the Centre Party.
Fru talman.
Well, Madam Speaker, that was one of the basic points based on how resolutions are adopted in the UN and the Security Council of the UN. It's about the basic product and the work which has been done by the EU, not least under our years in the alliance government, to try and achieve a solution to a conflict which has been allowed to continue for far too long without any viable solutions. We all hope that the Oslo Agreement would lead to a solution. In that case, all parties, all stakeholders were on board, and that was an important prerequisite to make progress, of course. And on that basis, a Palestinian state would be set up within a 5-year period. That was the agreement. And things have progressed since without any positive changes taking place on the ground. Our perspective has been that we need to ensure that we have parties to the discussions that are on an equal footing. And unfortunately, we note that the government chose to declare recognition in a way that we did not wish to see. And we've criticized them because it was a unilateral or one-sided blow through thin air. It didn't serve the purpose of benefiting peace, nor our role in the region, for that matter. And when it comes to the so-called peace plan that has been currently presented, it's a one-sided product. It's very clear that there are no additional parties around that table. This does not promote peace or development in any way, either on the ground nor in the region in general. And I fear that should this be pushed through, thank you, the speaker interrupts. Lars Adaktusson has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as regards the demands with regard to the Centre Party with regard to a Palestinian state, which you have had for a number of years now. We now have, we know, rather, exactly with hindsight what happened in 2014. No other country's government followed suit, and our relations with Israel were destroyed, and the distance between the parties in the conflict increased. Now, the Palestinian people were not benefited by this at all. So, in brief, it was a serious foreign policy failure. Kerstin Lundgren, do you see any reason to be critical yourself with regard to this with hindsight when it comes to your demand that you've had for so many years with regard to recognition?
Replik, Kerstin Lundgren, Centerpartiet.
Tack, fru talman.
Kerstin Lundgren. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Swedish recognition came like a bolt of lightning, and it was counterproductive. I think we can all agree on that. It did not benefit peace, nor did it in any way promote our possibilities of being involved in talks in the region. This was an erroneous decision made by the government in 2014. We did not wish to see such a solution. However, we support the demand for a recognition, but the ways of doing that should have been very different, in our opinion. However, Madam Speaker, Lars Adaktusson is, I have to say, nevertheless, goes a little bit too far when he suggests that this has increased the distance between the parties in the region, this Swedish recognition, because, to be perfectly honest, Madam Speaker, this Speaker interrupts. That concludes this round of rejoinder, and the next speaker for his address is Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party.
Fru talman, världens drygt 2000.
The $2,000 billionaires in the world are more than the 4.6 billion poorest people in the globe. The 22 richest men in the world own more than all women in the African continent. At the same time, women perform unpaid household care work to the tune of 100 billion krona per year. This is all according to Oxfam. We're living in a world which is characterized by a brutal inequality which is becoming deeper and broadening every day. And the 2,000 most richest people earned 23 billion people a day last year, at the same time as the poorest half saw their assets decrease by 4 billion a day. And the biggest companies are more powerful than most countries. Over half the population of the world lives on less than 50 krona a day. Due to these inequalities, people are demonstrating the world over. During the autumn, we've seen demonstrations against inequality and injustice in countries like Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Colombia, Lebanon, Iran, Hong Kong, Russia, and Iraq. And we've seen the protests have been geared against deregulation and neoliberal policies. And these protests also reached Sweden, when we saw that when Swedes were going to, with roots in Chile, were going to demonstrate in the centre of Stockholm, they got help with people showing solidarity with people in Kurdistan. And there you could see the power of international solidarity. It became very clear to us. And the Left Party has always been a part of that movement, because for the Left Party, it's been natural to stand on the side of those demonstrating. And climate change are threatening assets or access to resources which are necessary for our survival, and the lack of resources is affecting people in different parts of the world in different ways. And climate change and its consequences is unequal, and developing countries are expected to carry 75% of the costs of climate change, whilst the richest 10% stand for half of the CO2 emissions in the world, and the poorest half only about 10%. At the same time, the multilateral world order is being questioned and threatened when national reactionary racist forces are gaining ground. A lack of resources may lead to difficult conflict. How we then meet climate change is going to be decisive in the future. We can see a transition in such a way which will reduce income gaps and distribute welfare more equally, and having increased the possibility of having a multilateral world order. However, in a world where the number of billionaires has almost doubled since the financial crisis, and at the same time as 100 million people being forced into extreme poverty every year, where education and medical care is a luxury that only the rich can afford, in that kind of world, then democracy cannot exist. In that type of world, we cannot live up to the motto, everyone's equal worth. And increased equality must be a central goal for Swedish foreign policy, and the Left Party is of the opinion that foreign policy must be prioritised, or equality issues rather must be given a greater priority in foreign policy. And we need to have clear efforts to stop capital and tax flight. We need to keep in check the great burden of debts for so many poor countries in the world, and also help other countries improve their welfare systems. And we also need to deal with neoliberal ideas which are still governing global economic institutions. So we need an increased policy for increased equality, which is also a policy for climate. And with the January agreement, the Social Democratic Party went against its own values to keep power. We can see this in foreign policy. And how credible is it in defending equality when it comes from a government of an OECD country where inequality is growing most, and when they've done away with a tax scheme which served the richest? How credible is a government which, or criticising deregulation and neoliberal reforms from a government when it comes from a government that wants to introduce different types of systems for rent and wants to weaken labour law? Madam Speaker, if the government had cooperated with the Left Party, things would have been very different. This also applies to foreign policy. And during the autumn, we've seen several examples of where left-wing policies have, in fact, made their mark. Together with the Liberal Party, for example, we showed our opposition to the Turkish attacks in northeast Syria. This was our way of dealing with this. And where we condemned Turkey's invasion, and this led to Sweden stopping exports of weapons to Turkey, and EU also made its voice heard against Turkey. And it had never been possible to demonstrate for Kurds if it hadn't been for this. And I'd like to thank everybody for all the thank you cards that I received in the autumn for this work. In the Foreign Affairs Committee, we've also manifested our unity when it comes to China. And we also need to push for EU sanctions against against China. And since the autumn, it's become clear that we have a minority government that needs support from government for its policies. And today we're taking the next step to have an impact in opposition. And the Labour Party is then supporting the moderates' proposal with regard to a commission for Gui Minhai, because this is needed because we've had 4 years of failed diplomacy for his release. Once again, the Left Party can show that we are making a difference in Swedish politics when it comes to the employment agency, for example, increased funds to the welfare system and our voice in the world. And this year, we can see that if the government was fighting against inequality and tax flight, then we've been able to fight against international crime rather than just having an ambassador at the foreign ministry. We support with equality. We are always on the side of the people, and their right to choose their leader and to steer their govern their own future. And this applies whether we're talking about people in Bolivia, the United States, Russia, wherever. And last night, Bernie Sanders won the primary in New Hampshire, which is the hopeful thing that has happened in American politics for a long time. In 2020, we'll see who's going to become the next president of the USA. And the person who will have most impact on the preconditions for Swedish foreign policy. And it is clear that we have two completely different scenarios ahead of us. Either things will Trump will his rule will come to an end in a year, or will continue with his fickleness and racism, sexism, etc. for the next 5 years. And this is decisive and will have a huge impact on us. And at the same time, I'm always surprised when it comes to the Swedish politicians' relationship with the United States and its political leadership, or talk about international law, multilateralism, the drive for democracy, etc. But the exception is always the United States, because we never hear any condemnation there when things are being done, when President Trump shows what he stands for. And we, for example, when we look at, I can show you different examples here. For example, you don't want to call a coup in Bolivia for a coup. You just said it was that the President Morales was recommended that he resign, for example. And last week, did we also hear when any condemnation of Trump at all? This is a social democracy, democracy that is not on the right route. Thank you.
Thank you. To this address, Hans Aldermark, Lars Bertilsson, Fredrik Malm and Kerstin Lundgren have requested rejoinders, starting with Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party. You have the floor.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Håkan Svenneling's traditional speech with traditional anti-Americanism and attacks from the left on the government and the mingling of foreign ministers in Davos, it sort of freed the air. We could get away from this impression of being romantics. But I'd like to get back to a question, even though I do note with some approval, Madam Speaker, that the Moderate Party and the Left-Wing Party can find each other here as well, because I'm part of those who prefer 10,000 additional police officers in Sweden than another new ambassador at the Foreign Office. And that appears to be an opinion that is shared by the Left Party. Turkey, Madam Speaker, where we see violations listed by Håkan Svenneling, restrictions on freedom of expression, politicians are being imprisoned and singled out, free media restricted, but we also see other various types of elections being carried out, elections for mayors in Istanbul, for example. A representative of the opposition was elected. Madam Speaker, Jonas Sjöstedt, the party leader of Håkan Svenneling's party, has mentioned President Erdogan claiming he is a dictator. You can have different views on Turkey, but if as a party you refer to President Erdogan as a dictator, Madam Speaker, what do we call the dictator Maduro of Venezuela? Thank you.
Håkan Svenneling.
Madam Speaker, let me start by saying that I'm anti-American because what's happening? I mean, what happened last night? I mean, what was very hopeful, and I love New Hampshire that they're so good at electing a new presidential candidate. Okay, next to Turkey and Venezuela. Now, I'm very concerned about developments that we see in Turkey, and I think that we can talk about and say that Erdogan has, in fact, departed from the democratic path, because we see how he's having an impact on the election system, try to rig it, for example. And in fact, they had to have a re-election in Istanbul, but he failed, though, because there are still forces against this in Turkey. But if we compare with Russia, which has been discussed many times here in this chamber, we can see that Erdogan, for example, is much more forceful when it comes to attacking dissidents, for example, people in the opposition, the media, etc. And we've seen just gone through, it's not just the HDP, but also other parties as well in opposition. So that's why I'm very concerned with regard to developments in Turkey. As regards Venezuela, I think the last year we've seen the problems of stating that someone's president who hasn't been elected, and the only thing that has happened is that he's been able to come to the United States. But I think it would have been smarter if Sweden had chosen a different path and not chosen between Guaido and Maduro. I think that's our line, the Left Party. I think it would have been much better to move forward in the negotiations with regard to democracy in being returned to Venezuela, because it's very clear that it's not a democratically functioning state in Venezuela. They need new free elections. But we don't want the American blockade, and we don't want the army to intervene either, because that has an impact against the people of Venezuela.
Fru talman.
Hans Wallmark. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Håkan Svenneling referred in relation to me as Hans Linde, the previous spokesperson for foreign policy party. So perhaps the similarities can be nearly troublingly similar sometimes, one might fear. But when it comes to Venezuela, nevertheless, those of us who are critical of the dictator Maduro We put it this way. The only legitimate institution, the only legitimate political assembly that exists is the National Assembly, where forceful attempts have been made by Maduro to circumvent, make more difficult or destruct possibilities. But the most important representative of that assembly is Mr. Guaido. That's why we recognize him as the legitimate representative of Venezuela. And so here we have it. If one party, the left party, refers to Erdogan as a dictator, what is Maduro then?
Vänsterpartiet, varsågod.
Rejoinder from Håkan Svelling. When we listen to Hans Wallmark, you might think that my view would be very extreme, and that's because I'm alone in the Swedish parliament having this view. But if we look at your colleagues in Norway, the right-wing party in Norway, they have the same opinion as I do. And this is where Sweden has, in fact, done the wrong thing, because we should stand for a dialogue between Guaido and Maduro, or Maduro and opposition, because Maduro has been elected democratically, but he's not working in a democratic way, which is why new elections need to be held in Venezuela. And we can play a role there, the EU can play a role there, about a dialogue and being credible there. But when you then say that it's Juan Guaido, this guy who hasn't been elected, had fewer votes than the Liberal Party had in the last election, he should be president just because President Trump thinks so. That's the wrong path to take, because then you are not returning democracy to Venezuela.
That concludes this round of rejoinders, and the next round of rejoinders is for Kerstin Lundgren of the Centre Party. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the development in Turkey, there's every reason to be very critical, both of President Erdogan and of the regime which he is in charge of, and the oppression he's exposing journalists, parties, opposition, and citizens of. The situation of the Kurds is very serious indeed, and we have every reason to support and pay close attention to protect their rights as well. But in this discussion, Madam Speaker, it's interesting nevertheless, because I hear the left party from the rostrum a few moments ago criticize right-wing policies, and then during a round of rejoinder embracing the moderate party and truly inviting them into communality in order to have a stronger voice than the one they actually hold in this chamber. It's exciting indeed to see how these more extreme approaches can meet in this chamber. I hope that we will see more liberal forces from the middle instead, because they are needed also here in the Swedish parliament, in our Riksdag. But when I hear Håkan Svenneling talk about how Maduro came into power through a democratic process and proper elections, because of course the elections have not been approved, not accepted. That's precisely the point, and that's also why the criticism of President Maduro was so clear, and the demands for a new election so critical. What is your approach to this?
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, well, I think the middle group, I think they are finding it very difficult. They haven't got a majority in the Swedish Riksdag. Every time that we say that they haven't got that majority and show that we, in individual issues from the left to the right, we can actually find each other against the middle, the lot in the middle for Swedish policies, then this is what we've been very clear with. We'll do that, because we think that this government should instead cooperate with us in the left wing, the left party. And I think the centre party should think about this, because it's obviously the case that the left party, the Social Democrats and the Green Party and the centre party, we do have one vote more, which means that we can prevent a lot of decisions. And during the last mandate period, so we were able to stop many different things, and the same this year. So we can stand together, and I'm sure we can do this in foreign policy as well if we want to. But if we Kerstin Lundgren, unfortunately, they're not more liberal people here. You are a minority. So, as regards Maduro and Venezuela, I've been very clear all along that new elections need to be held, and this is because not everything has been done correctly. But the tactics used by the Swedish government, the Centre Party, other parties, and the EU, what they decided to do a year ago when you then stood on Juan Guaido's side in a conflict, internal conflict in a country, has not been very successful. The only thing that happened was that he can go to the United States. But there's not more democracy in Venezuela because of this. The situation isn't better there, and they are suffering, the people there, because of the sanctions from the United States. That's where we are today. So it would be much better to stand aside and say, just like the right-wing government in Norway, that we want to be the mediator between the opposition and those in power in Venezuela, which is Maduro. And I think it's best that we realize this. And I think also that you're trying to paint Juan Guaido as the opposition, whereas he's not.
Kerstin Lundgren. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't hear Håkan Svenneling being very clear about how Maduro came into power in elections which were neither fair, just, or correct. I would welcome a clear statement from Håkan Svenneling regarding this. We support the National Assembly, which Maduro would like to dissolve, because it didn't suit his policies. That was a clear example of the misgovernment which we've witnessed in Venezuela, not just during Maduro, but also under Chavez. And it has hit the Venezuelan people very hard. When we request free elections, this was based on the constitution of Venezuela. The chair or the president, the speaker of the National Assembly, held that mandate when when a legitimate president could not be elected. This is based on the basis for support for Guaido.
Let's start by describing this correctly, because you're not doing that, Kerstin Lundgren. He came to power after Hugo Chavez had been elected several times as a president, which was correct in an election 2014. And then there was time for a new election, and then things weren't correct. They changed the election day, for example. There were lots of different things that went wrong with the election committee, and things went wrong. Yes, Kerstin Lundgren, my solution to all these problems is new elections in Venezuela. That's the only way that democracy can return, and they can have hope return to the country as well. And I think it's time to accept that the path that you've chosen when you've said that Juan Guaido is your president, as it were, that's not going to be the right route, because the Venezuelan people might, in fact, elect a left-wing person instead. And that's up to the Venezuelan people, not your decision. So that's what we're trying to do. Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next, with Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats.
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, Venezuela has already been mentioned, and this is a country which is now border of political and financial collapse, with a humanitarian crisis being a direct consequence of that. The other day we heard from UNHCR that about 6 million individuals towards the end of the year might be fleeing, and how many who are starving we do not know. And at the same time we see the ruthlessness from Maduro and his regime that is truly borderless. And here we need to understand that the European communist and left parties, they have decided to not hold the regime accountable. This misuse of power and, the collapse, in spite of those things, this collapse, and we heard this from Håkan Svenneling, the blame is put on the United States for an aggressive imperialistic expansion, as it were. And the left party is one of the parties who have been defending this so-called socialist experiment for a long time. 1st of May 2017, the party paid tribute to the Venezuelan regime with a huge banner saying Venezuela is not a threat but a promise, a hope. And what do you today want to say to those millions of people who are suffering every day because of the regime that you are referring to as a hope?
Vänsterpartiet, varsågod.
Madam Speaker, the Swedish right have never seen the progress made in Venezuela under Chavez. And this is due to the fact that you don't want to do that. You want to see people who sort of lift themselves out of poverty, how you did away with income gaps, etc. Instead, you chose to applaud when there was an attempted coup in 2003, and also when United States introduced harsh sanctions. I think this is very clear here, because the Left Party for many, many years have been critical against Maduro. Now, you're trying to say that this isn't the same just because we don't love Juan Guaido, but we have been critical against Maduro and the way that he has reduced democracy and created a humanitarian crisis. Venezuela is a tragedy in many ways when you look at it, because when the rest of the world was had making economic progress, they were going backwards, and it's the Venezuelan people who have paid the price for it. And I think that's what's so sad, that you're not bothered about the population there. What about all the people of Chile, of Bolivia, etc.? As soon as there's a socialist behind it, then you change your focus. And I think it's very, very worrying that you applaud the sanctions introduced by the states. You think that it's going to have an impact on those in power, the military, Maduro, but it only has an impact on the people of Venezuela. And here we are, 1 year on, and you're stuck in a rut, and perhaps you should start thinking about how we can move forward. How can we instead ensure that new elections are held in Venezuela?
Lars Adaktusson, Christian Democrats. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Latin America is now experiencing the worst humanitarian disaster to date. And what we hear from the left is that things were not too bad under Chavez, but this is to ignore the reality in a way that we've seen many times before. It's also a way to continue with the politics that we've seen from the left for a long time. Also in the European Parliament, with the left voted no to recognizing Guaido as the legitimate leader. And this might seem somewhat odd, but it is fully in line with the stance of the left. When Maduro took power in April 2013, the popular Jonas Sjöstedt wrote the following: "Congratulations, Maduro and Venezuela." That was the greeting from the then leader of the left-wing party. What do you think about that?
Madam Speaker, Lars Adaktusson, you are wrong in that description, the description that you're giving. We have not given that type of support so we voted, we refrained from voting. We didn't vote no to the proposal with regard in the European Parliament. And this is because we don't like the route that the EU has taken when you say that Juan Guaido is the president not above the heads of the Venezuelan people. We need to try to find a path forward for Venezuela. And that does not mean that we should see what's going on, violations of human rights, the financial crisis, etc., everything that Maduro has created, and to just refer to something that Jonas Sjöstedt said before all this happened. I think that's bad politics, because it's very clear that for many years now we have expressed our concern for the Venezuelan people. The problem is that the rest of you are stuck in your sort of right-wing rut, and so you express your concern but not in the right way. Thank you.
That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we're going to continue with Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I read the left party proposal leading up to your party meeting about Israel and Palestine. And that was one thing that struck me, and that is motion number 25, or request number 5, where you demanded that Vinnova, the innovation agency in Sweden, is to interrupt all collaborations with Israel. And I do not understand. Of course, we are to criticize the Israeli occupation of Palestinian areas and so on, but you had no evidence, or you had no examples whatsoever showing us that Vinnova in any way was involved in anything like that. So the only thing that you could say against Vinnova is that this is a government agency that has had a pitch competition for startups. And I cannot understand that that would be any type of a crime. Vinnova is there to develop innovation. They're working with AI and things that can help medical professions, for example, where medical institutions are linked, entrepreneurs, etc. They also have EU grants to participate in this global work to produce food in a more sustainable way. So I cannot understand how come you want all that collaboration to be stopped. We have in addition seen good examples of good innovations. So how come?
Tack så mycket, Håkan Svenneling.
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, let me start off by saying that I'm very happy that Fredrik has read our motions. That's a very interesting motion, actually. And it's a shame that you missed the point that we, in fact, do bring up the violations that the Palestinian Authority has committed against its own population in the last few years. And I think it would be clear in your criticism, it's clear in its criticism of Israel and also the importance of human rights in Palestine. As regards 25 and Vinnova, this is something that we felt for a long time, in fact, that you shouldn't sort of support Israel as long as they occupy parts of Palestine. And we see several examples of this. There is a trade agreement between the EU and Israel, which is very beneficial. And there's also a military cooperation there, very small, but it's there, between Sweden and Israel, where we've bought some sort of military equipment, etc. And we are against this, and this cooperation with the Vinnova Corporation is an example of this. A state authority, I have nothing against it at all. I've been working with them, but I don't think that they should cooperate with Israel, because that becomes a sort of benefit for Israel, where they, despite everything, occupy part of Palestinian territory. And we know that all the checkpoints, we know that the occupation make it impossible for Palestinian business to develop. There's a beer, I don't like it particularly, which is produced in Palestine, which can't be sold in Sweden because it can't be delivered through Israel, because Israel controls all exports. So in that situation, that Sweden must see that Palestine needs less occupation and tell Israel that we will help them with innovation. I don't think that is the right way to go about things.
Jättebra.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do think this is great that the left talks about the aggression. But, well, the reason that I'm not mentioning it here is that I have no objections against that criticism. I rather welcome it. But I cannot understand the links that Håkan Svenneling seemed to be making between that military collaboration and those military attaches and startups in Sweden, in Gothenburg, or in your electoral district, that, well, to prevent them to meet with other entrepreneurs to see, for example, how to work with sustainable agriculture, for example, or developing sciences. I think this is very, very strange. And a very strange thing to do in a conflict, that you want to penalize what is actually constructive with innovation and development.
Final rejoinder, Håkan Svenneling. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you need to bear in mind that this is not a cooperation between startups, but rather between two government innovation authorities, one in Sweden and one in Israel. And if in one way or another you want to improve the situation on the ground in Israel and in Palestine, you need to focus on Palestinian innovation as well, assisting them in developing their economy and finding what we lack today, a meeting between Israeli and Palestinian startups, because that's what the occupation does. It tears people apart, it creates a physical and a practical wall, both of those, and people cannot meet. There's family circle and other types of examples where Palestinians and Israelis work together. That's what we should support. So in that situation, Fredrik Malm, I would be in favor of a proposal along those lines from Vinnova. But when you unilaterally siding with Israel, you're awarding their occupation policies in a way I will never accept.
That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we will continue with the next address. Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats.
Tack, fru talman. Låt mig...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by mentioning three fellow individuals, David Isaac, Wayne Minhai, and Jadali, who did not find their way into the declaration of foreign policy. They're all imprisoned in the brutal dictatorships, and there are those who hope that these people will just disappear and be forgotten, but they're hoping in vain, because there are many of us who will, from here, the rostrum, and in other places, repeat the names of these imprisoned individuals, and we will continue until they regain their freedom. We're in favor of a value-based policy, the Christian Democrats, and we feel that when real politics is characterized in decision-making, then we stand up for values that are based on human rights and human values. When working for peace and reconciliation, we do things, we accomplish things in collaboration with other democracies. By bilateral and multilateral collaborations, we build security in our country and in our neighborhood, and at the same time, we actively contribute to international security. The European Union is and will remain our foremost, most important arena for foreign policy. We are friends of Europe, and we are working for an efficient EU, speaking with one voice in foreign policy that will strengthen also the transatlantic collaboration. And against that backdrop, it's very important that we also apply for membership of NATO. We have bilateral agreements about defense, and that is to be welcomed, but neither Finland nor the United States or any other country that we collaborate with provides guarantees, but membership of NATO would provide those guarantees. Some 40 years after the Islamic Revolution, we see Iran being ruled by a regime that oppresses its population, where peaceful demonstrators are being killed, and they despite democracies. At the same time, Iran today is one of the biggest threats against international peace and security. We see this in Yemen, we see it in Syria, Lebanon, and also in Iraq. We see it in the funds that go to international terrorism, and we see it in the repeated threats to do away with Israel and its population. And Iran is not just any country, it's a ruthless country that has gone morally bankrupt. And this we've seen for a long time, that the regime is working with lies as the primary tool. We saw that clearly after the shooting down of the Ukrainian passenger plane. It was not until there was clear, unrefutable evidence that the regime felt that they had to admit to those facts. 176 people lost their lives. 17 of those were residents of our country. And those responsible for that is, well, the Iranian regime. Those responsible for what happened, well, for that what happened, that it cannot happen without any action taken. That is a responsibility the Swedish government has. We need to work with extended sanctions. We have to get them in place. That happened in 2014 after the Russian shooting down of the Malaysian passenger plane. The victims, well, because or for the victims and their families, we need to ensure that responsibility is taken, and we have to take action against the Iranian regime. Madam Speaker, as in Iran, developments in China are deeply worrying. As a result of political decisions, the Communist Party power is now being strengthened at the detriment of the freedom of the people and democratic reform. Lately, we have seen more oppression against Christians and Muslims, and in the Xinjiang province, we have 1 million Uyghurs who are placed in internment camps where torture and brainwashing being used to force loyalty to the Communist Party. And at the same time, we see how the Chinese regime has these claims of power that go beyond the boundaries of China. In Sweden, we have the Chinese ambassador making threats towards government representatives, and there are attempts being made to silence the Swedish citizen Hinshui. And the security police is also talking about increased Chinese activities and espionage. Diplomacy and political contacts with China, of course, these need to be managed with a great deal of responsibility, not least considering the situation of Zheng Mingyai, who is in prison. But at the same time, we need to draw a hard line. China, with its political influence, cannot be allowed to rule or make decisions in our country. And we, the Christian Democrats, we feel that that line has now been passed, and we have to declare that the Chinese ambassador is persona non grata in this country. And we should also seek support for this China policy amongst other EU countries. Madam Speaker, in the statement of foreign policy, the democracy drive for democracy is being described. And one of the cornerstones of democracy is freedom of religions. And many, about 500 million of Christians around the world live in such circumstances today that they cannot really exercise their religion. The Christians today is the most persecuted group in the world. In the Middle East in 2014, we saw how this went from persecution to genocide of Christian groups like Syrian incidents. And the Swedish government has decided not to recognize this as a genocide, and the Swedish government has also, in spite of promises from Stefan Löfven, decided not to recognize the Armenian genocide. And this is to leave behind these very marginalized, vulnerable groups and the values that should guide us.
Här har även Håkan Svenneling.
Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party has requested a rejoinder on this address. You have the floor.
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, in December, Lars Adaktusson traveled to Israel with the Allies for Israel Foundation. It's an organization founded by the settlers movement. It doesn't accept and recognize the existence of settlements, would like no Palestinian presence in Jerusalem as the capital for Israel, and are in favour of warlike efforts on Palestinians. Kent Ekeroth has also taken part from the Sweden Democrats previously. We don't know who paid for this particular trip, but on the agenda there was a visit to a settlement and a meeting with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. When they met with Mr. Netanyahu, they handed over a sign with signatures from participants of the journey working actively against the EU Court of Justice ruling where there would be a labelling of products produced clearly in order to be sold within EU territory. Israeli settlements are illegal according to international law, specifically the 4th Geneva Convention and its ban on transferring your own citizens to these grounds. Lars Adaktusson now are questioning the recognised academians based on where they are born. It's a bit like me questioning Lars' credibility because he's a fan of HV71 hockey team. But during his time as a spokesperson for his party, there's been a radicalization in the perception of Israeli occupation. Why do Christian Democrats want to be in contact with these most extreme political movements? Are these the friends you want to keep? How will that impact the policies of the Christian Democrats? Are the Christian Democrats and Lars Adaktusson in favour of the analysis of international law by the UN, the EU, the Swedish Parliament, and the International Red Cross that Israel is occupying Palestine? And do the Christian Democrats support the analysis by the UN and the EU and the Swedish government that the Court of Justice that the settlements are illegal?
Lars Adaktusson. Well, Håkan Svenneling, Madam Speaker, he really knows how to describe things. That trip to Israel was done together with 20 or 25 parliamentarians from all EU countries, I believe, without Finland. And we met with the Israeli opposition. We met representatives from different organizations within civil society. And we also met with entrepreneurs as well as a number of representatives from the Israeli society. And I do think that it's important to keep up to date with what happens, not least in Israeli domestic politics and not least in these days because the parliamentarian situation is difficult. And there is yet an election towards the end of March, and that's it. Well, needless to say, and we've said this many times, the Christian Democrats are in favour of a two-state solution. We believe that that is, a reasonable solution considering the facts. But at the same time, we're not naive. We do not believe that we can make this happen tomorrow. What would happen if Islamic Jihad and Hamas moved even closer to Israel, even closer to urban areas and cities? Well, we would have a massacre. And that is something we want to avoid. And it is important to abide by international law, but the worst crimes that are being committed in this conflict in the Middle East is conducted by Hamas, Jihad, Hezbollah, terrorist organizations. And I never hear Håkan Svenneling and the left talk about those crimes against humanity. It's always Israel that is to be highlighted. How come?
Varsågod.
Håkan Svenneling. Madam Speaker, I just want to find that Lars Adaktusson didn't say that Israel occupies Palestine, nor did he say anything about the legality of settlements, even though he mentioned that international law should be applicable. I'm perfectly aware of the fact that there are violations of international law on both sides. Rockets fired by Hamas and Islamic Jihad and others out of Gaza towards Israel generally tend to be considered as violations of international law because it's impossible to know whether you hit civilian or military targets. And this is perhaps the positive part of Lars Adaktusson's journey because he witnessed things on the ground. But when you get in line with the settlement movement, the way Lars Adaktusson has done over the past few years, it becomes very difficult to gain true credibility, especially if you refer to and attack independent representatives of academia. I'm afraid that Lars Adaktusson will become the spokesperson of Donald Trump in Sweden, saying that it is a peace plan when all the rest of us see that it is not. Interrupted by the speaker.
A final rejoinder. Well, thank you. You cannot claim that we have allied ourselves with that settlers movement. This is propaganda that you found in some left-wing magazines. It's pure nonsense. But what is the truth and what is serious is that we see crime against international law committed by these terrorist organizations, and that means that an entire population is terrified, petrified, and Israel is the most exposed country to those types of attacks today. And if you do not see that, you do not see the reasons for the conflict in the Middle East. It's not the occupation as such. The threat to totally destroy Israel, that is the true problem. And if you do not understand that, you cannot understand what is happening, because that has been the conflict since 1948. Thank you. That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we're going to continue with the next address, and that is Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party.
Fru talman,
Madam Speaker, the restrictive legislation prevented true competition. Our conclusion is that there was no meaningful discussion and no meaningful choice to be made by the electorate. That was the summary made by OSCE of the parliamentary election in Azerbaijan the other day. This is one example of how many elections are carried out in the world today. The regime in control has done everything to do away with any possibilities open to the opposition, and the elections aim at confirming the hold of power, not to allow the population to vote for change, to take a vote in a free election on which road ahead for the society you live in is one of the very most basic principles in democracy. But in a number of countries, elections are rigged, such as in Bolivia. The party in power will abuse the resources of the state, creating a total dominance, like in Venezuela, and critical candidates are stopped, as in Russia or Iran, or there are no elections at all, Palestine being an example of that. But also in democratic states, there can be a misuse of elections. Election campaigns can be corrupted through fake news, uncontrollable and uncontrolled lies and excesses. That happened in the US when Donald Trump was elected, and in the Brexit campaign in the UK. In several democracies, politicians can play around with the electorate in order to enhance the chances of winning in terms of who gets to vote for which part of the country. In Turkey, the Constitutional Court is trying to close down 4 political parties because they have the name Kurdistan in their names. Speaker, democracy is about a lot more than free elections, but without free elections there is no democracy. Unfortunately, Swedish foreign policy has often tended not to be clear in relation to authoritarian states, and in several cases our overseas development aid has enhanced a negative development and contributed to a situation where corrupt regimes have been able to remain in power. Mozambique is one example. In the period between 2015 and 2020, more than 4 billion Swedish kronor was sent there in overseas development aid. The same party in Mozambique has controlled the country uninterruptedly since the liberation in the 1970s. They control the entire apparatus of state. The elections have been criticized. There's been harassment of the opposition. Those in power in the government party constitute the financial elite in the country, and corruption is expansive at the highest political level. And yet Sweden will channel hundreds of millions of Swedish taxpayers' money to this regime year in and year out. A liberal foreign policy is about strengthening the democratic civil liberties and freedoms. We want to support those who want to build democracy, not the ones who will make their critics be quiet. Madam Speaker, however, not everything is dark, even though there is a lot of gloom. Over the past few decades, science, the economy, technology and globalization have taken this world of ours to new heights. Hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty. We live longer lives, we learn more, we know how to cure ever more difficult and threatening diseases. This is a result of individual freedom, freedom of ownership, free trade and market economy, capitalism, if you will. But it is also the result of extensive investments in education, in welfare, in healthcare and research. We in the Liberal Party put it to you that foreign policy, our diplomacy, our trade and other relations with other countries, at the end of the day, has to be about strengthening such positive processes. The very basis for this development that we've witnessed, the positive part, is precisely the liberal democracy, the multilateral world order, and the respect of the rule of law. But in several places, this development is threatened. As a small and open society, Sweden is exposed to pressure from less constructive states, countries such as Russia, China and Iran. They're acting destructively towards Sweden and within Sweden. To secure our long-term security, it is essential that we deepen cooperation with our Nordic neighbours and the European Union. We should join NATO as a member, and we need to protect critical infrastructure and information technology against basically everything from hostile acquisitions to hacker attacks. Madam Speaker, the environment and the climate are existential issues for us as humans and for the planet. We can never be too clear about that. Our foreign policy needs to be used more actively in order to protect global agreements on reduced emissions, in order to strengthen technological transfers and contribute to a climate transition. Sweden needs to act to set up a common CO2 tax within the EU and to ensure that the system with emission trading rights be improved. The objective should be to have a global price of CO2. That would be the most efficient way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The impact of the climate changes creating geopolitical tensions. People are forced to move or flee because access to water is reduced, or because agricultural land will no longer produce on par with what it used to. That in itself is a major risk globally. The climate issue is also connected to that of democracy. More fossil-free energy will reduce our dependence of oil and gas, which is often imported from undemocratic states. By breaking the oil dependence, countries are also forced to switch over to more climate-friendly production. And by way of conclusion, Madam Speaker, a liberal foreign policy is a resolute and principled support for women's rights and the rights of exposed minorities. We see with wrath and despair the slavery and the oppression ongoing against women and other exposed groups and individuals in many countries in the world. We support the right for targeted democracies such as Taiwan and Israel and Hong Kong to live in freedom and safety, and that the citizens be allowed to choose themselves the path ahead for them. Thank you.
Markus Wiechel, Håkans.
Three rejoinders have been requested. Let's start with Markus Wiechel from the Sweden Democrats. The floor is yours, please. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, I much appreciate your speech there, Fredrik Malm, not least bearing in mind the rejoinder that you had with the Foreign Minister when you talked about the situation of the Kurds in Turkey. And it's not just that issue, but also quite often the Liberal Party has very good positions when it comes to foreign policy. And that is why I feel that I'm a bit concerned by this January agreement that the Liberal Party has concluded with the Centre Party and the government. Because here you have more or less left a walkover to the the parties in power when it comes to foreign policy. There was just one issue where you agreed that that had to do with the foreign policy, had to do with development aid, and there you were very clear that we're going to keep the goal and development aid and not have any exceptions to that. But whence development aid was distributed to, then that didn't matter. That was less important than nothing about democracy. Well, no, democracy, that was important. But apart from that, you were not bothered at all with foreign policy, despite the fact that you know that it is the government which owns that issue. So my question to Fredrik Malm is whether he really believes that this agreement was a good agreement when it comes to the area of foreign policy. Thank you.
Fredrik Malm, Liberalerna, varsågod.
Thank you, Fredrik Malm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for this question. And the arguments behind the question. The Liberals do not, at the end of the day, share the views of some of the other parties in the January agreement on some important points. And this means that we are a little bit distanced from each other in the area of foreign policy. The conclusion of myself and others in my party is that we would like to have a freer role in matters of foreign policy, to be able to find agreements with parties also outside of the January agreement. We did so, for example, during the autumn together with the Left Party on the issue of an embargo on the export of arms and military material to Turkey. It's important that we have the right competences and capabilities for the government. This is part of our constitution as well. The role as a supporting party becomes skewed when it comes to foreign policy, but I am pleased nevertheless to see that the parts in the January agreement concerning overseas development aid, for example, and that there should be a greater focus on democracy is something we very much favour. And from the Liberal Party, we're going to monitor this very carefully. That's our intention, to look at how the work progresses and be prepared to negotiate on the parts where we have reached an agreement in the January agreement. But to a large extent, when it comes to foreign policy, we are able to find agreements also with other parties in the Swedish Riksdag. Thank you.
Response? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Fredrik Malm, for your clarification there. And I think that this is where this gives rise for concern, actually, because bearing in mind that the government owns, as it were, the area of foreign policy, and bearing in mind that the Liberal Party stands quite far away from the government, especially when it comes to Palestine, for example, Israel, and the handling of different totalitarian states, where the Liberal Party are much closer to us, for example, when it comes to the Kurd situation in Turkey and so on. So one might be able to put much greater pressure on the government, and it's a great shame, I think, that the Liberal Party didn't bring those things up in the agreement, and had they been included in the agreement, because the Social Democrats were compromising, then why didn't you have any focus at all on foreign policy?
Final rejoinder, Fredrik Malm, Liberal Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Foreign policy is indeed very important, and there are some parts in the January agreement, some items which concern foreign policy as well. One being, for example, all that concerns the 1% objective, major focus on democracy, focus in Swedish development aid. These are quite significant areas, nevertheless, and they concern the focus of 1% on the GDP, almost 50 billion. And also the provisions on exporting arms, and similarly to warring nations in Yemen, for example. But in other areas, I do see that the parties can be at different distance from each other, depending on the issue that's being discussed. We act within the scope of the January agreement for all those areas we've negotiated. Thank you very much. The speaker disrupts, and the next rejoinder will be with Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party. You have the floor.
Fru talman, jag tänkte prata om det som...
Speaker, I was going to, in fact, discuss what Fredrik mentioned there about the export of weapons, and there was an initiative in the Foreign Affairs Committee to stop the export of arms at EU level, and there's been a lot of discussion there. But after a great deal of discussion, we agree, actually. And so we've become much harsher in our tone when it comes to Sweden and then also EU. But then the decision with regard to stopping the export of weapons was taken by the authority ISP. Due to the statements made in this Riksdag and also by the government and the EU. So it's not just our exports of arms to Turkey that is difficult, but also just as Fredrik Malm says, we want to establish a democracy. Then you also have to think about export to countries, for example, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, etc., and 16 million krona. And the war's been ongoing now. We've exported to 6 countries now, and the war's been ongoing for 5 years. All these 6 countries are authoritarian states. They violate human rights. And we also have the sale of Global Eye, for example, this radar system, which, of course, would make it improve the capabilities of when it comes to the war in Yemen. We're talking about huge amounts there, and I thought it was very good that the Greens and also I presume the Liberal Party actually did press for point 70 in the January agreement, which was about this issue. But unfortunately, the Social Democrats aren't listening to you at all because nothing has happened in the last year since the January agreement was concluded. No initiatives have been taken in order to comply with that point. And the 20th January this year, Mendoza wrote, M&S need to dictate the conditions for Swedish export of weapons, not small parties, not the Liberal Party. What's your view with regard to this?
Fredrik Malm of the Liberal Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Håkan Svenneling says that nothing has happened in 1 year, isn't that quite a good thing then? Because that means that we haven't renewed any export licenses. And at the end of the day, I share the view of Håkan Svenneling that Sweden should not export any weapons to undemocratic countries. And that was, of course, the basis, the very starting point from the inquiry on the topic of export of arms and military equipment. The idea, of course, was that we wanted more restrictions surrounding the provisions that will allow exports, including to countries in breach of human rights legislation. I assume that we are complying with the legislation that we do not export any military equipment to authoritarian states, or in this case, that would be in breach of what we had already agreed upon in the January agreement. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, now we haven't received the statistics for exports in 2019. We'll see that in the spring. And it's going to be quite interesting to see the impact that this item in the January agreement has had. My point here is that after the government has not made any decisions to do anything to stop the export of arms, instead they've said that no, but everything is fine because there was new legislation decided on in 2018. But that's not quite true, is it? Because the ambassador in the UAE has said, in fact, that point 70 doesn't apply because this is just a piece of paper between Ann Linde and Fredrik Malm. It doesn't have any substance as such. So you have an election here, the Liberal Party, because I understand that the Social Democrats, have been sluggish and difficult to manoeuvre. They always have been. But I think that you should want to be able to do something in practice. And here, the so-called small parties, the Liberal Party, the Green Party, the Left Party, we can, in fact, get them moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Final rejoinder, Fredrik Malm. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This ambassador in the UAE seems to have a very similar stance compared to Håkan Svenneling and also the Moderate Party, because you're doing everything you can to ensure that this gender agreement will not stay in place. However, fact is we have legislation, and well, most likely this is the most restrictive of all, comparable countries. And we also have political control mechanisms. We have export controls. We have a council for that. And I can't say anything about earlier agreements having been entered into or retroactive legislation or things like that, but I assume that Sweden will not export weapons to such countries. That concludes that set of rejoinders, and we continue with Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats.
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, and now Fredrik Malm is a liberal and supports the wrong football team in Stockholm, but he's a great person and a good political representative. Quite often, the Liberal Party and the Christian Democrats have the same view when it comes to foreign policy. As an example, when it comes to the Middle East conflict between Palestine and Israel, and in both parties, we don't have the same view as the red-green government when it comes to destroying the relationships with Israel, for example, and we are worried about the anti-Semitism spread by the Palestinian authorities. And I think that, the Christian Democrats and are in opposition, and the Liberal Party are cooperate with the government and have their own civil servants in government offices. Now, foreign policy is not included in the January agreement, the agreement with the red-green parties. But still, I'd like to put a question to Fredrik Malm. Is there any way that the Liberal Party, with its contacts, the contacts that it has with the government, to have any influence on the policy with regard to the Middle East so that it goes in the right direction?
Fredrik Malm. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I think is the most troublesome thing here is what Lars Adaktusson said about preferences when it comes to Stockholm football teams. I grew up just very close to the Hammarby Stadium south of Stockholm. And the green-white stripes will never leave, and I do know that Lars Adaktusson has stripes that are black and yellow. But regardless from that, I noted that a prime minister, when visiting Israel, also had an article published in the Israeli press where it was made clear that Sweden supports the definition, the international definition that applies for what is anti-Semitism. And here we also have those components that are having to do with anything that's systematic or unilateral, where you attack the state of Israel, that could be linked to anti-Semitism as well. And I think that was very clear and good. I wasn't absolutely sure either that the Social Democratic Party would end up with such a conclusion, because we've seen, for example, what happened to Labour in the UK when they got themselves tangled up in those questions and had a very difficult internal debate. And such a thing would not have made the relationship towards Israel any better, having had the conclusion been any different. But this tells us that everything is not just that one-sided. Everything that the Prime Minister says is not just to demonize Israel or negative towards Israel. There are good examples as well, and I think those should be highlighted as well. But apart from that, we want Sweden to have a more balanced stance.
Varsågod.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can only agree with Fredrik Malm that, of course, there are positive signs, absolutely, but at the same time, the social democratic foreign policy has a long history, really. They've ended up in the sort of ditch, as it were, when it comes in their relationships with Cuba and other authoritarian states in the past. Now, I'm not saying that the Liberal Party is responsible for the foreign policy of the Social Democrats. However, the Liberal parties are contributing or helping the Social Democratic Party to be in power. And if I remember this correctly, I think the Liberal Party did say that you said that the Liberal Party should be part of the government. Do you think that would be a better way of being able to have an impact on foreign policy?
Tack så mycket.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The last thing is very difficult to comment on. It depends fully on who is the foreign minister. If we have a liberal foreign minister, I expect the foreign policy to be more liberal compared to a social democratic foreign minister. But what it boils down to is that we're 8 parties here in the Swedish riksdag, and all these parties have different views, and sometimes we can agree. But the conclusion that my party has come to is that we did not want this right-wing populist party to have that influence on everyday political decisions so that they could have an impact on everything we discussed, every vote, every Wednesday, Thursday, every week for 8 years. So that would have been very, very problematic for the stability in the Swedish political system. So my conclusion was, looking at the political landscape, that, well, things had changed. And that brings us to the next address, and that is Janine Alm Eriksson from the Green Party.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Safety, security, stability. Well, we can only build that here in Sweden together with others because we're dependent on the world around us. And in our global world, collaboration and support to UN organizations are central, where countries have agreed on an ambitious global agenda to reach the common objectives until 2030, which gives us a clear focus for what we need to do in order to make the world better for everyone. But many of these countries that supported the agenda have a hard time living up to those basic human rights. Women are being oppressed, groups of people, and we see limitations to voting rights and freedom of expression. We have totalitarian regimes that deny citizens their freedom, the rights that they have, and what is needed to build peaceful, sustainable societies. We see increases in financial status between countries and within countries, and across the globe we have people rallying for more democracy and for climate action. Everyone needs to participate in this transition, and we have to ensure that people can participate, because that gives us democracy, and without democracy we cannot have lasting peace. For more than a decade now, the democratic space has been reduced and civil society has been pushed back to ensure that civil society can take its rightful role. And through our international work, well, this is something that we need to prioritize also in the future. Madam Speaker, the world is changing rapidly and we're in a hurry. Climate policy is security policy and is becoming so even more. We have to ensure that our children and grandchildren will have a future. In 10 years we have to have emissions, but we see developments heading in the opposite direction, and we see that the effects of climate change are here already. The fires, bushfires in Australia, drought in Ethiopia, floodings in Indonesia, and the alarmist reports that we see from IPCC, well, this tells us that there is human suffering and also costs because of climate change that we cannot fathom. And those who are poor are impacted first and the most, but we will all lose. And this transition, well, here Sweden is showing the way at home and globally, and this is a leader role that we cannot neglect. We create room for others to follow, and we have shown that politics can change thanks to our active work. And what we did with Isabella Lövin's, the Swedish proposal, we could increase the price of emission rights in the EU, and we see less and less coal being used, and the coal in the coal and steel union is now disappearing. It has played out its role, and we see that Sweden can also show the way in the global fight for a transition with more and faster action, because we need more action to save the climate. And this is the most important security issue. And we need to work with transitions in all different areas. And now we have to have a stop for fossil export credits and fossil investments. We need to use money to support the transition, not to stop it. Madam Speaker, the Swedish foreign aid is defining for Swedish politics and the Swedish outlook on the world around us. International solidarity is not just an ideological foundation for us in the Green Party. It's something important for many Swedes. But with that power comes great responsibility, and we are taking on that responsibility. We're number one when it comes to development aid, and we're to feel very proud over this. And that is why I feel concerned when I feel that the opposition now is challenging this. They want to take that money back that today is used to help children in war, families fleeing, farmers who have lost their harvests and their cattle due to droughts. These opportunities that are given to thousands of people to have a better life. And such a cold policy is not worthy a country like Sweden. There are those who say that we cannot afford solidarity. But just now we remembered the Holocaust, and we also promised that something like that should never happen again. And today we see historical numbers of fleeing from war, oppression and climate change. And at the same time, in many places, we discuss how to limit the reception of those people who flee. I want to honor that remembrance of the Holocaust, and we should never forget, and we should do that by safeguarding the asylum right and help those who are fleeing today. We have to show that we learned from history and that we will not forget those ideals and those agreements, because now they are needed more than ever before. Madam Speaker, the road to equality and an equal world is long, and that is why the feminist foreign policies is so important. And we always have to ask, where are the women? We have to give our support to the women. Today in Europe, the right of abortion are being threatened by conservative forces who are questioning the rights that women have to decide over their bodies. We've heard Donald Trump talk about the gag rule, and that has had consequences, dire consequences for many women across the world. And Madam Speaker, we see people pitted against people, and the Speaker interrupts. Thank you. Marcus Wiechel, Kerstin Lundgren, Håkan Svenneling and Lars Adaktusson have asked for rejoinders. And we'll start with Marcus Wiechel from the Sweden Democrats.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, you mentioned earlier today that the Green Party will always support the 1% goal. And as many know, I support development aid, but there are limits, I must say. And my limits have been passed when we see shootings in Sweden, when we see retired people in Sweden looking for ways of trying to get money. We see healthcare destroyed. We see long queues. We see Swedish society being destroyed because we are not spending enough on those who built our society once upon a time, because people who are weak and vulnerable here in Sweden who need our support, and young people living in marginalized areas who have now been recruited to war zones. And when we see bombings, for example, we can compare it to Mexico and the drug cartels. This is a development, and I know that I share Janina Eriksson's concern. We're all worried about this and concerned about it. But me and my party, we believe that in some way we need to put a stop to this, ensure that we can actually allocate our resources to our society, because those who voted for us, our main task actually is vis-a-vis the Swedish people who live here. And as somebody who's in favour of development aid, I think it's great that we help people in other parts of the world. However, when society is as it is today, then we have to invest here at home. So my question to you, how far will the government and the Green Party go? Can't you put a stop somehow? Can't you just realise that we can't send more money abroad when we haven't got enough here at home?
Janina Alm Eriksson.
Thank you, Janina Eriksson. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We stand behind the 1% target. And I've said this before. I've also said that it's not because it's a number, but because it produces results in those countries where we decide to help or to help big international organizations. That the Sweden Democrats are greatly in favor of development aid. Well, that I'm glad to hear, but as a matter of fact, you want to reduce it. What we're trying to do now is that we're trying to turn this foreign policy debate into domestic policy debate. And of course you can do that. So let me answer that the picture that was just painted, well, to a certain extent, it's true. We do have problems in Sweden. But to say that this is because of our international solidarity, that we're trying to help to make the world a better place, because it's good for us in Sweden as well, well, that is not something I want to subscribe to. The domestic policy that we have and the problems that we see, we need to remedy with our domestic policy. More money for health care, legal system, police, and we're working hard to do things and also get more police officers, also those who have left coming back. So that we need to scale down our international ambition to make the world a better place for everyone in order to manage our problems at home. Well, no, I cannot subscribe to that idea.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All politics, everything hangs together. Foreign policy, domestic policy, everything we do in our foreign policy is also going to have an impact domestically. And this is what I'm trying to say here, that when you prioritize this 1% target in the way that you're doing, then of course what you're doing is that you reprioritize and put the Swedish society further down the priority list. And this has to the detriment of Swedish OAPs and other people who need help and resources here in Sweden. And the Sweden Democrats for many years now has been the party that that we put most money on development aid, but now we realize that we can't do that anymore because we have so many weak and vulnerable groups in Sweden that need our help and support, which is so sad, this attitude that you have, that enough money should be taken out of the country. But I'm saying, actually, that no, this money is needed in Sweden.
Janina Alm Eriksson, the Green Party. Yes, we do need more money to ensure that we can work properly with different activities in Sweden. And we do that with the government budget. And when you're talking about downsizing, well, then you should understand that we're in favor of a proposal. What you have is a proposal that will give tax reductions to those who already have a lot, instead of trying to help those that would need money. So in exception to those tax reductions, we also see that there is a proposal to reduce money going to municipalities. And municipalities today have many expenses related to asylum policy, and this is not a policy where you're showing solidarity. That concludes that set of rejoinder, and we're going to continue the next set with Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party.
Fru talman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the Green Party, you're supporting the foreign policy declaration, which is why there's every reason to perhaps highlight on certain perspectives that haven't been included in this debate very much. And that is the wording on page 3 that we should contribute to long-term stability and security in our part of Europe. Now, that is important, naturally, but how, actually, is the question? Because my view is that the Green Party is a party that does support multilateral solutions and likes clarity in policies. So my question, therefore, is, security policy in our part of Europe, is that clear, that policy? We are in between, aren't we? We're a part of the European Union. The Green Party, do you want that the EU's security policy capabilities and decision-making, also military-wise, be strengthened? Or Are you saying that suddenly that we're stronger on our own, or is it that there is two to tango, Sweden and Finland? I don't know. Would it be possible for the Green Party to see membership of NATO as an important part of this, to clarify, to highlight our position and our choices for anybody, wondering about that? Thank you.
Tack så mycket, Janina.
Thank you. And Janina Almeriksson from the Green Party. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question as well. And I can give a clear answer. If you're wondering whether we want to join NATO, the answer is no. But I am happy to hear you talking about us increasing our collaboration with Finland, for example, but that is not the only country we cooperate with. We have bilateral agreements also with the United Kingdom, France. We're part of the EU, and there, of course, we have a shared policy where we're stronger together. And if this was for Sweden alone to decide on security policy, then I think the developments would have been completely different. Unfortunately, that is not what we see today. Brexit, for example, here we see that people are fumbling around and no one knows what these relationships will mean. But we want to work with democratic countries with the same values, and that is something that we really support.
Tack så mycket.
Kerstin Lundgren of the Centre Party. Thank you. To have a strong and organized and clear cooperation with the countries we are close to, UK, post-Brexit, Norway, and of course most other EU member states, and NATO, is a natural path forward if you want to be clear about the Swedish security policy approach. It's a good and natural path for Sweden if you want to contribute to long-term security. And, Madam Speaker, duality used to be popular with the Green Party, with Finland in particular. Would they be open to doing what Finland is doing, therefore? Would a NATO option be possible? Finland, of course, has an option for membership of NATO. Does the Green Party want to chase them away from that option?
Janina Eriksson, final rejoinder. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no views on what other countries decide to do about NATO, but I do think it's interesting today, looking at the last 6 months or so and the developments of NATO. We've heard a lot of criticism about Turkey, and I can stand behind that criticism, but we haven't at all entered into that type of political thinking, and I think that's kind of remarkable. We also have a different points of view, of course, and we, the Green Party, we feel that it's better for Sweden to stand outside of NATO, and we will continue to work for us remaining outside.
That concludes this round of rejoinder. Then it's Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party for the next round of rejoinders.
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, the Green Party came from and grew out of the peace movement, and I expect that Janine Almeriksson listened carefully to the previous rounds of rejoinders I've had on weapons export, because it has been clear that Janine Almeriksson would like the government to do more than what they're currently doing. To Swedish radio, you said in January that the Green Party does not perceive item 70 of the agreement as a continuation of existing provisions. End of quote. I'm glad that you've made that analysis, because you're also saying, and I quote, we need to fight to reduce the weapons export, in particular to the warring countries in Yemen. End of quote. That's the very core of bullet point 70. The problem with the year gone by and the January agreement is that we haven't seen any concrete decisions from the government to halt the weapons export. And it's important when you make comparisons between Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Myself and Fredrik Malm and others created a favourable environment in the committee and in Parliament for Turkey, so we were able to proceed with an adoption, and the decision was made not to export any arms to Turkey. However, in the January agreement, bullet point 70 was not perceived in the same way because there hasn't been a corresponding decision. The ambassador is in favor of continuing the exports, and we have the supply equipment around the corner in the pipeline. It was stated earlier that the arms export is important and we will keep the trade open. So what is your opinion on the shortcomings of this government? Do you have any ideas of how we can get the Social Democrats to act so that they tag along along these lines? And what does Janine Eriksson think about a weapons embargo within the EU?
Miljöpartiet, varsågod.
Janine Eriksson, Green Party. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that Svenneling and the Left Party has understood that we're very much against that arms export to undemocratic states, and that was why we wanted item 70 to make this clear, and to make it clear how important this is for us, also when talking foreign policy. And we've also been part of making sure that we have even more stringent legislation on weapons exports today. We would have liked to see it being even more stringent, but sometimes you need to compromise to move ahead, and that was why we decided to support what we have today, and that is an improvement in legislation. And what I said in that radio interview is true. Every chance we get, we talk about this and try to ensure that there's no arms exported to undemocratic states or states where there are conflicts, or those countries that are now involved in the war in Yemen. And this is something that we're doing basically every day in different ways with different means. But what you're saying, that this shouldn't have been discussed with government, that is not correct.
Tack så mycket. Håkan Svenneling.
Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to hear what Janine Eriksson is telling me. I don't doubt that she would like to halt arms export, and there are some cases where it has been possible to raise issues to the government to impose an embargo, but it hasn't led to anything along the lines of what we've seen for Turkey in other situations. I'm glad to hear that this is a recurring item on the agenda every day with the Green Party. I hope that the Green Party will continue along those lines. We will support you because it takes a lot of hard work. When you say in the address, for example, that we will always put women first, that's also about women in Yemen. You simply cannot uphold the reasoning presented by the Social Democrats protecting Yemeni women by exporting weapons to warring nations in Yemen. Women and children will suffer more than any other groups in the conflict that has been ongoing and raging in Yemen for 5 years now.
Thank you. Final rejoinder, Janine Eriksson. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Håkan Svenneling is absolutely right in what he's saying. The humanitarian situation in Yemen is horrifying, and something that everyone should try to do everything they can to make sure that it comes to an end. And I'm doing what I can every day to ensure that our weapons export is not heading in that direction. Thank you. We're going to continue with next set of rejoinders, and it's Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the foreign policy debate a year ago, I put questions to the Green Party representatives about anti-Semitism in Sweden and in Europe. It's widely known that in the Green Party there have been issues with individuals linked to Islamism. And anti-Semitism, of course, is the DNA of Islamism, the threat towards Jews because they are Jews. That can be found in all Islamism. Within the EU, there's active work ongoing to combat hatred of Jews of every kind in the European Parliament, for example, and the European Commission has adopted a European definition of anti-Semitism, dealing with a definition that has been worked out by the Holocaust Remembrance Alliance and which has been adopted by the countries of the OSCE. The Green Party chose another path. When the European Parliament voted on this joint common definition back in 2017, the Green Party MEPs chose to vote against this definition. Fredrik Malm mentioned that recently Prime Minister Stefan Löfven wrote in an Israeli newspaper that the Swedish government has resolved to back this and support this definition, including the examples attached. I presume that the Green Party then as well supports this government decision. And here's my question. Has the party revised its opinion because you were wrong earlier, or because the government coalition cooperation requires you to change?
Janina Alm Eriksson and Green Party. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Green Party is truly resisting anti-Semitism. This is something that is absolutely horrible. And we have also seen in history what this can lead to. And Lars Adaktusson claimed here, or tried to claim, that the Green Party is supporting anti-Semitic forces, but this is an absolute lie that I have to refute. And you tried to do this last year as well, and I hope I was just as clear then. And when it comes to the definitions, what they mean and do not mean, well, you try to find clarity in the international community. And what we want to be clear saying is that we have to be allowed to criticize the Israeli occupation of Palestine and the crime against international law. And then some people feel that with the definition in question you cannot, but we claim that you can. We have to abide by international law, and we have to be able to fight for the application of international law, and perhaps that is where we find our differences of opinion, also talking about the situation in the European Parliament.
Lars Adaktusson. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I understood your answer correctly, but I took it to mean that the Green Party supports the decision by the government, and that it also constitutes a recognition of the fact that the party was wrong earlier voting against the definition. It is perfectly feasible to criticize Israel and the Israeli government policies with this definition. It's outlined in the introduction. Criticism against Israel, similarly to any other country being criticized, cannot be considered as anti-Semitism. It's crystal clear. But it is a bad thing, in fact, that over such a long period of time, the Green Party has had a hostile approach to the only Jewish state, Israel. Per Garton, Gustaf Fridolin, Mehmet Kaplan, Yasri Khan. Those are names and individuals who illustrate this situation clearly. So, Janine Alm Eriksson, I have to ask you, nevertheless, is it not time for a more balanced approach?
Janine Alm Eriksson, please. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We've never been hostile towards Israel's right to exist. We're in favor of a two-state solution. And in spite of the so-called peace plan that has been presented unilaterally by the United States of America, but we like to believe that it is possible with a two-state solution. I noted that Lars Adaktusson did not answer the question from Håkan Svenneling about his view on this occupation and the settlements. And then we can think about to what extent the Christian Democrats stand behind the two-state solution, which is, after all, the way forward seen by the international community.
Tack. Därmed var replikskiftena på.
That concludes all the rounds of rejoinders to Janine Alm Eriksson's address. And we have now concluded the first part of the debate on foreign policy. This concludes the interpretation into English of the debate.
Debatten som vi nu har genomfört får övriga anmälda talare ordet om högst 6 minuter. På anförandena gäller fri replikrätt. Alla ledamöter och statsråd som finns i kammaren kan begära replik, även om de inte hållit huvudanförande och också utan att stå på talarlistan. En talare kan få ordet 2 gånger i ett replikskifte och varje replik får omfatta högst 1 minut. Ordet för anförande går nu till Kenneth G. Forslund, Socialdemokraterna. Varsågod.
Herr talman! Sverige är befolkningsmässigt ett medelstort land. Exportberoende och därmed beroende av en fungerande frihandel. Samtidigt geografiskt placerat i ett läge där de politiska och militära spänningarna tidvis är stora. Men också ett land med en tydlig och inflytelserik röst i utrikespolitiken i världen. Demokrati, yttrandefrihet, mänskliga rättigheter och varje lands rättigheter till säkra gränser är grunden för svensk utrikespolitik. Det är värderingar som det finns ett brett stöd för här i Sveriges riksdag och det är grunden för svensk utrikespolitik. Och det gäller även när Sverige byter regering. Det gäller när Sverige har en socialdemokratiskt ledd regering. Det gäller lika väl när landet har en borgerlig regering. Den som har lyssnat på den här debatten från start i morse har kunnat höra hur det finns just den här breda politiska enigheten kring Sveriges utrikespolitik. Inte en total enighet om allt, men en bred enighet kring det som är grunden. Något som också Moderaternas utrikespolitiska talesperson och vice ordförande i utrikesutskottet, Hans Wallmark, gav uttryck för i sitt anförande i förmiddags. Att kombinera å ena sidan en fri och öppen handel med hela världen med å andra sidan starka värderingar som i en del fall leder till att Sverige riktar tydlig kritik mot olika länder. Det är en balansgång. Det är inte alltid en lätt balansgång, men det finns en viktig